May do it, I may not do it. In a rare gesture, the US president hosted Pakistan's army chief Asim Munir at the White House for lunch, weeks after India and Pakistan were locked in a 4-day military conflict. India has slammed Pakistan's attempt to mischaracterize Operation Sindoor and said when a state harbors terrorists who massacre innocents, defensive action becomes a solemn duty. 6 of the group of 7 leaders discussed Russia's war in Ukraine and the Israel-Iran conflict, but have failed to reach major agreements on those and many other top issues, closing the G7 summit that was forced to try and show how the Wealthy Nations Club might still shape global policy despite Trump's early departure. A big focus, a group of 110 Indian students who were stranded in Iran and evacuated have finally come back home. They've landed in Delhi. A majority of them, 90, are from Jammu and Kashmir, and all of them were from Urmia Medical University. They're the first students group to be evacuated, transited via Armenia and Doha, and then boarded the flight to Delhi late last evening. Iran, as you know, is currently engaged in hostilities with Israel, and the families of Indian students have been desperately seeking help from the government. There have been massive protests over this issue in Kashmir, which actually sends the maximum number of students to Iran. Some students spoke to NDTV upon their return. As they landed, this is what they told my colleague Shubhang.
The students that are standing right now with me do have a sense of relief. I will straight away go to them and ask about the journey that they have been through. What is your name?
My name is Ali.
Ali, I want to know throughout whatever has gone through, throughout the journey, because it was a long, tiring journey that we have seen.
Yes, it's very difficult for us. First of all, there was a lot of attacks, mostly in Tehran.
Yes.
So we would like to thank our embassy. So they helped to cross our land borders through Armenia, and we stayed for 1 day in Armenia, and then we come to Delhi. And there was very very much attack. एक तो बस जा रही थी, हमारी बस जा रही थी साइड से, हमारी साइड में आके मिसाइल पड़ी. मेरे पास वीडियो पे झूठ नहीं, साइड में मिसाइल पड़ी. तो मतलब वो बहुत उसमें बहुत डर लगा,
घबराहट हो गई.
जी घबराहट उस समय हो गई थी.
इस समय कैसी स्थिति है ईरान में? अगर आप
हाँ आंखों देखा पता है, जितना न्यूज़ में दिखा रहे मान लो वो सच है, वो उतना ही हो रहा है, उससे ज़्यादा हो रहा है. सच में बहुत है गलत.
अच्छा लग रहा है वापस आकर?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है वापस.
आपका क्या नाम है?
शेख अफसा.
कहाँ से?
कश्मीर से.
कश्मीर से जी. यहाँ पर कुछ ऐसे जानकारी मिल रही है कि जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं वो इतना थक गए हैं कि वो नहीं चाहते हैं कि अब उन्हें बसेस में लेके जाया जाए. ये कितना सही?
जी बहुत सही है, क्योंकि हम लोग ऑलरेडी वहाँ बस से ट्रैवल करके आए हैं आर्मीनिया तक, फिर वहाँ पर भी हमें बस बॉर्डर से कैपिटल सिटी तक आना पड़ा. तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट है. अभी अगर ये हम लोगों को पहले बता देते तो मे बी हम लोगों ने कुछ ऑलरेडी पहले प्री प्लान किया होगा. अभी इस मोमेंट पे टिकट्स भी अवेलेबल नहीं है, वो सर बच्चे अंदर वेट कर रहे हैं, तो इट्स क्वाइट डिफ़िकल्ट फॉर अस टू रन.
पर ये कि अभी तक क्या होगा, बसेस चेंज होंगी या क्या?
अभी तो फ़िलहाल हम रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं हमारे सीएम साहब से कि वो हमारे लिए कुछ अच्छा अरेंजमेंट करें, क्योंकि बसेस की कंडीशन भी स्टेबल नहीं है. सो इट्स सॉर्ट ऑफ डिफ़िकल्ट फॉर अस.
आपका क्या नाम है?
हमारा सादिक.
हमारा. आप भी कश्मीर से?
जी.
तो आप बता सकती हैं कि जब ईरान से वापस अब आ गए हैं, कहीं ना कहीं जो पढ़ाई है वो वहाँ पर छूट रही है, चाहते हैं कि जल्दी से जंग रुके ताकि पढ़ाई पूरी हो?
ऑब्वियसली 100%.
तो चाहते हैं कि वापस जाएं?
हाँ जी.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump is keeping the world guessing about whether the United States will join Israel's bombardment of Iranian nuclear sites as the Israel-Iran conflict enters its 7th day. Speaking outside the White House, Trump declined to say if he had made any decision on whether to join Israel's campaign. In fact, to quote the US president, he said, "I may do it, I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do." Trump in later remarks said Iranian officials wanted to come to Washington for a meeting and that we may do that, but he also added it's a little late for such talks. Meanwhile, you must note that the foreign ministers of Germany, France and Britain plan to hold nuclear talks with their Iranian counterpart just this week on Friday in Geneva aimed at persuading Iran to firmly guarantee that it will use its nuclear program solely for civilian purposes. This is what Reuters is reporting. Listen in to the US President's reaction.
Will you strike the Iranian nuclear component? And what time exactly, sir? Sir, would you strike it? Would you please inform us so we can be there and watch? I mean, you don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. Iran's got a lot of trouble, and they want to negotiate. And I said, why didn't you negotiate with me before? All this death and destruction. Why didn't you negotiate? I said to the people, why didn't you negotiate with me 2 weeks ago? And at the end, last minute, they said, no, we're not going to do that. And they got hit. Remember 60 days? And then came the 60. 61 is going to become a very famous number. Really, nothing's too late.
Have the Iranians reached out to you?
Yes.
And what did you say?
I said, it's very late. You know? I said, it's very late.
For an expert's view on the matter, joining us, journalist and Middle East expert, Dr. James Dorsey. Dr. Dorsey, thank you so much for your time. Is it fair to say that Trump has doubts about the certainty of success? Could this be one of the reasons he's still questioning whether to get involved and move forward with a strike?
I think the major issue here is that Trump is keeping Iran guessing. His strategy, including the 60-day deadline, always was, I'm telling you what we're going to agree on, you agree to it, and if you don't agree to it, this is what's going to happen. We're now at the point where he has to decide whether this is going to happen or not. Keep in mind that he thinks he can go in, bust a bomb, nuclear facilities, go out, and that's where the war will stop. That is unlikely to be the case. Moreover, he has a divided base.
Yes.
Between those who believe that the United States should come to Israel's aid and should destroy the Iranian nuclear facilities, and those who think this is not America's war.
In fact, Dr. Dorsey, wouldn't any American involvement drag the US into a prolonged war in the Middle East? And if that happens, what major global impact are we looking at, especially in the short term?
It will drag it into a war. Whether that's a prolonged war or not, we will have to see.
Right.
Fact of the matter is that Iran, in military or in conventional military terms, is no match for either Israel or the United States. But Iran has other options, including asymmetric warfare, including attacks on U.S. military bases in third countries,
right,
which could risk then bringing those countries in.
Indeed.
So this is a very we're at a very dangerous moment, and the U.S. president could be taking a very risky decision.
In fact, I must also inform our viewers that in recent days, as Trump has been contemplating whether to join the war, his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, he has been in touch with Mr. Arakchi, so that channel of communication is not completely shut. But Dr. Dorsey, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Meanwhile, the UN Human Rights Office has urged de-escalation and urgent diplomatic negotiations to end these attacks and find a way forward. We have a reaction lined up for you. Listen in. Right, I'm told that reaction will be coming in just a short while from now. Meanwhile, let me just bring you up to date with what's happening in the White House. A lunch date has everyone talking. US President Donald Trump hosted Pakistan's Army Chief Asim Munir for lunch at the White House, declaring, and I quote, "I love Pakistan," and insisting he averted a war with India despite New Delhi bluntly repudiating his claims of mediation. Trump's lunch meeting with Mr. Munir preceded a phone call he had on Tuesday night with Prime Minister Modi, in which he had invited him to stop by in Washington, D.C. on his way back from the G7 in Canada, suggesting efforts at mediation, which the US president has claimed at various times. India, as you are well aware, has swatted away the offer, the mediation efforts, saying Pakistan and India had a bilateral mechanism, which is what averted the all-out war. We have some reactions lined up for you. Listen in. Right, while we line up some crucial reactions for you, we have with us senior journalist Lalit Jha from Washington, D.C. Thank you so much, Mr. Jha, for making time for us. Can you take our viewers through why actually the US president has walked this distance and called Asim Munir for this unusual lunch date?
President Trump's invitation to Pakistan Army Chief General Munir for a luncheon at the White House is quite unprecedented, quite unusual as well. You can term it a diplomatic coup. But it reflects multiple points. One, President Trump believes that it is in national interest to bring Pakistan on board for multiple ways, for multiple reasons. One, to create the trust deficit between Pakistan and China, which China, as you know, is Pakistan's, they claim this all-weather threat. The trust deficit, they want to create that pledge. Secondly, he wants to impress upon Pakistan, ask Pakistan to stop any support to terrorists or terrorist groups, which Pakistan has been doing against India. India, as you know, has always insisted and is put the condition for any talks on Pakistan, there has to be no support to terrorism. India, as you say, the talks and terrorism cannot go together. So from President Trump's perspective, he needs peace in South Asia if he has to achieve his larger goal of taking head-on China. So that's why he wants India's development. For India's development to happen, Pakistan needs to keep quiet, have a cooperative attitude, approach with India, and not indulge in any cross-border terrorism. That's only one of the important points. Second point would be about getting some help, assistance from Pakistan in its effort or armed actions, military actions, if any, against Iran. These are a few important points, but it also is reflective of Pakistan's state of Pakistan's democracy, right? Of course. It is reflective of the poor state of Pakistan's democracy, where the elected leader has not been invited by the US president. Instead, he has opted to talk to army chief, which shows who the real ruler in Pakistan is, and what's the status of elected leaders of Pakistan.
But any indication on whether this occasion was used to actually buttress Pakistan's claims on Operation Sindoor, how it was wrong? Many, in fact, are highlighting that Trump hosted Pakistan's Asim Munir after he backed the Nobel Peace Prize bid. How do you decode this bizarre, unusual situation?
It's very tough to digest it. But, from Pakistan's perspective, yeah, they were saved from Indian attacks, right? When India was almost on the worst, butchering Pakistan, right? Attacking Pakistan, going inside, deep into Pakistan, left, right, and center. Pakistani had no control of the airspace, right? It was, in a way, they were saved by the United States. If the war had continued for another 2 days, God knows where the state of Pakistan would have been. So for him, it's if you look from his perspective, it's pampering, buttering, and some reality fact check as well that Trump helped him save Pakistan.
Mr. Jha, really appreciate your time.
President
Thank
Trump's
you so much.
invitation to Pakistan.
Thank you so much for joining us with your views. With that, let's turn our attention now to Prime Minister Modi's touchdown in Croatia. This is being called a historic visit. It's part of Prime Minister Modi's broader diplomatic tour, including Cyprus and Canada. It underscores Croatia's growing importance in India's European strategy and also highlights the deep civilizational connections between our two nations. Croatia's significance to India extends far beyond its modest size, you must note. It's about strategic geographic positioning, political influence, cultural resonance, that makes it a vital partner in India's evolving European engagement. We have reactions from our Prime Minister and the Croatian PM. Listen in.
हम सहमत हैं कि आतंकवाद मानवता का दुश्मन है, लोकतंत्र में विश्वास रखने वाली शक्तियों का विरोधी है। हम दोनों इस बात का समर्थन करते हैं कि यूरोप हो या एशिया, समस्याओं का समाधान रणभूमि से नहीं निकलता। डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी से ही वही एकमात्र रास्ता है। किसी भी देश की क्षेत्रीय अखंडता और संप्रभुता का सम्मान आवश्यक है।
We believe that Prime Minister Modi's initiative on the economic corridor between India, Middle East and Europe is an excellent opportunity. So India, European Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Israel and then European ports. This is an opportunity to connect Croatia as a Mediterranean gate to Central Europe and to connect it to India, India's economy and India's market.
Well, let's switch tracks now. During a session at the India Global Forum, Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal shared his optimism around the good marriage agreed between India and the United Kingdom, which he says will lead to doubling the bilateral trade between our countries in 5 years. He asserted that the India-UK free trade agreement brings stability and predictability for businesses in both our countries. Listen in.
In the next few months, we may not be able to enter into force the agreement until the UK processes are complete. But this is a time for us to build business-to-business connects. This is a time for us to have people understand the nuances and benefits that this deal can offer them, the opportunities that will open up. To the extent that whenever I'm traveling now, including the flight by which I came, the Air India plane by which I landed, I had at least a couple of people who came and met me and said they've come to check out the market and see what we could do more and what kind of business partnerships we could create with the companies in UK.
For the key details, let's go across to Rishabh Bhatnagar, who joins us live at this point. Rishabh, so we're given to understand that the formalization phase is underway after the May 6th announcement?
Correct, Parmeshwar. A few key updates from the India Global Forum, the chat that Piyush Goyal had with his UK counterpart, Jonathan Reynolds. One of the few key points was, of course, that he said that India and UK are very, very complementary economies. Both of them do not compete on very many sectors, which means that both of them have a lot of complementarities that this FTA or this free trade agreement can now leverage. He also added that he expects that the bilateral trade between the two countries will double in the next 5 years. He added that Indian companies have already pretty much invested a similar amount in the UK as UK companies have in India. A special point in this chat between the two ministers was also the Social Security Agreement or the Double Contribution Convention Agreement. This was a very crucial part of the FTA announcement that was also made. And both of them agreed that this is something that the deal could not have gone through with.
Right.
Yep.
Rishabh, as always, thanks so much for joining us with the lowdown. In further updates related to the United Kingdom, in the biggest reform to British abortion laws in nearly 60 years, members of Parliament have voted to decriminalise some late-term abortions at a time when many of their US counterparts are actually moving in the other direction to limit the procedure. In a landslide vote, though, lawmakers in the lower house of British Parliament, the House of Commons, endorsed new legislation that bars women in England and Wales from ever being investigated, arrested, prosecuted or imprisoned for terminating their own pregnancies, no matter what their term or trimester they're in. That vote was 379 to 137. Slipping into a quick break, back in a moment. Do stay tuned.
From the echo of the Trump tariffs to the geopolitical tensions in West Asia. And on the sidelines, a possible thaw in the frosty relations between India and Canada. I will bring you all the latest updates from the Karnataka's G7 summit. NDTV, live from the G7 summit in Canada.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24x7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
In today's interconnected world, India's
Well, the India Global Forum is set to announce the winner of the inaugural IGF Archer Amish Award for Storytellers next week. This distinguished literary prize honors contemporary Indian fiction that reflects the diversity, aspirations, and vibrant energy of modern India. Radhika Iyer joins you with the lowdown.
The might of the pen, as they call it. With me are two absolutely incredible writers, both who are known with a capital A. Sorry, it's not your first name, but your second name, which is even more popular in India. But of course, Amish is known as Amish and a dear friend of several people. Jeffrey Archer, ladies and gentlemen, and Amish Tripathi. Thank you, gentlemen, for talking to us. For the first time, a very unique award at the India Global Forum is being launched. It's called the Archer Amish Writers Award. Tell us a little bit about this, about the brainchild and what's the idea.
Well, first, young lady, because we know you're well educated and we know you're top of your profession, you can't be very unique. You can only be unique. Got it?
Yes.
We are unique. Try your question again.
The question again is, there is an Archer Amish Writers Award. There is a bully in Mr. Archer, but we'll not talk about that. We'll talk about the writer, Mr. Archer.
Let me tell you the short stuff. Okay?
Yes.
First of all, what an honor.
to have my name associated
No,
with someone I've been a fan of from my school days. Second, we know, many lit fests, not just in the UK, even in India have shut down. There's been a shortage of funding. This is a $25,000 award. It's among the biggest in the world now, right? And look, many people make announcements, very few carry through. Fortunately, IGF India Global Forum, who we partnered with, Jeffrey Archer and I, are actually carrying through. The first award will be announced today. A $25,000 check will be given. This is actually one of the most valuable literary awards in the world, and
he's behind it.
No, Jeffrey Archer is the man. I am a fan. And the thing with Jeffrey...
You are not sure about it.
I don't have that money.
The thing with Jeffrey and I agree on completely. We need to recognize storytellers, not just those with great writing. And good storyteller is someone who can force the reader to turn the page, just like Jeffrey can.
That's rare.
Right?
Not unique, but
which
rare.
Is rare. That's what we want to recognize with this award. Jeffrey, if you want to have something, stop ragging up.
Stop! Tell us about, are you excited? Have you read the works of any of the nominees?
Yes, I've read all 3.
Yes.
And it was tough.
It was tough.
We didn't agree. We agreed on first and second. Oh no, we agreed on third. We couldn't agree on first and second.
And we debated for
some time.
Yeah. And then finally we came to
a mid-path.
Thank you so much for investing your time and watching this edition of The World 24/7. As always, we keep tracking the latest for you. Do stay tuned.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Gensol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Chaghi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Why was there a hurry? Was it the government that was in a hurry?
I don't want to blame anyone.
Joining us today here in the NDTV newsroom.
The government cannot walk away from this responsibility.
Cricket is region of sort in this country.
Would you like to comment on what happened?
What is the condition of the injured at this point? How many people died?
What exactly happened? You have lost your daughter.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India.
A good
Good morning. You're watching The Breakfast Show on NDTV 24x7. I'm Divya Vadwa. We will be getting you the latest. It's been a week since the crash that claimed over 270 lives. Questions are being asked in regard to what really caused that very crash. We will be probing the matter. We will keep on asking those very questions. For now, let's just get you the headlines. In the Air India crash, it's been a week since that Air India flight that crashed in Ahmedabad, claiming over 270 lives. DNA matching is continuing, while India continues to ask questions as to what really went down, what happened, what caused that crash. Air India, on the other side, has cut 15% of its international flights after that crash. A group of 110 Indian students who were stranded in Iran have been evacuated. They have been brought back to the national capital. A majority of them are from Jammu and Kashmir, but they have been cribbing and complaining about the buses that arrived at the Delhi airport to take them back home. US President Donald Trump has said that he hasn't really decided whether to join Israel in striking Iran. Tehran's leader has declared that he would never surrender following nearly a week of the conflict. Trump has gone on to say, I may or may not join in the conflict with Israel. In a rare gesture, is US President Donald Trump hosting Pakistan's army chief at the White House. This is weeks after India and Pakistan were locked in that military conflict, and Donald Trump there taking credit of that ceasefire yet again. A political row has erupted after AMUL was allowed to set up kiosks at 10 Bengaluru metro stations. Accusing the Congress government is the opposition party, asking why is it that Nandini, the homegrown brand, was sidelined. And global K-pop sensation Jackson Wong is in the NDTV studios. He's opening up like never before. You don't want to miss this. Let's get to your top story. It's been a week since the crash that claimed over 270 lives. And just like that, 7 days have passed, 7 days of death, debris, and DNA matching. DNA matching is continuing. It's a long and lengthy process, and it's continuing in order to establish and determine the DNA testing along with the bodies that have been recovered. 270 plus people died in the crash, 241 on board that Air India flight, including crew members. But it is also people in the hostel that lost their lives. In all, 275 people have lost their lives. Indian aviation's biggest test that is being conducted, and that big question that needs to be answered and that won't go away, that India continues to ask, is what really caused the crash. While NDTV tracks and probes and continues to ask questions, the DGCA on the other side has cleared the 787 Dreamliners and said there seems to be no issue with that fleet of the airlines. Now, faith, fortitude and forensics, that continues, and India's darkest air tragedy that claimed 275 lives. We have Aishwarya joining us to get us the very latest. Aishwarya, the big question that India continues to ask, what really happened? We do know that both components of the black box have been recovered. We do know that the DGCA so far in its initial report has given its clearance as far as the 787 Dreamliners are concerned. Take us through, how long will it take before the DNA testing of all the victims is completed?
Well, it's been a week of Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad, and there are multiple questions that are going in the minds of the family members of the victims that died in this tragic air crash. But on the other side, yes, there have been some progress in regards to the investigations which are going on in regards to what the guidelines have been given by the DGCA or the AAIB in line with the international protocol set by the International Civil Aviation Organization, which is leading the entire investigation. The debris that is there in Ahmedabad, crucial equipments of the aircraft have been found, including the black boxes, the cockpit voice recorder, the data flight recorder, but many things have to be told by the investigative agencies as far as what are the preliminary findings of why this plane ultimately crashed. On one side, yes, there is investigation going on. Yesterday, the Air India had, cut down 15% of their international flights, and the reasoning perhaps given is that there are more precautionary measures, the pre-steps that they are taking, and out of 33, 26 aircraft have cleared the checks, but it is these people, the family members who are the real sufferers, and they are asking real questions as to please tell us who is accountable for this loss of the lives of at least 270, just not on the aircraft, but also those doctors who are studying and was there in their hostels, the locals who are also there. Perhaps, if we talk about the DNA sampling, then till now the data that has been released by the civil hospital authorities is that 206 DNA samples have been matched. Almost 206 families have been contacted by the authorities. More than 165 of the mortal remains have been handed over, and there are elaborate arrangements that have been made for the transportation within Gujarat or outside Gujarat, or even if any family member wants to take the mortal remains abroad, then Air India is completely assisting them. But certainly Ramesh Vishwas Kumar, one of the lone survivor, and currently I am in Diu, where yesterday he came up and he participated in the last rites of his brother, who unfortunately died in this entire incident, and we are at NDTV going to track down the family as well, and certainly what their feelings are after 1 week of how this tragic air crash went on, and what demands these families really have.
Right, Aishwarya, of course, a very trying time for the family. On one side, of course, he's a lone survivor. On the other side, he's lost his brother. So they've lost another family member in the family. It's extremely sad. And of course, perhaps he also could perhaps have some answers that people are looking for as to what really happened in those 40 seconds. What is it that he saw around him? Certain questions that really need to be answered. While India continues to ask that question, what really went down? What went wrong? What happened during that Mayday call? What was really said? A lot of questions that will be answered by the black box. And, how long would that take before we can have some information?
Well, the preliminary investigation suggests that it will at least take 3 months of time period. But yes, the answers will start coming out within a week or two is what is expected, as being stated by the DGCA and the AAIB, which is leading the entire investigation in line with the protocol set by the ICAO. But it is also, these eyewitnesses who have seen from their own, eyes as to what has happened, what transpired, and how Ramesh Vishwas Kumar came out of that 11A seat which he has been seated, and just 2 seats next to him was his brother, who unfortunately died. And yes, there are these questions that will be asked from him as well, but it is the data that is continuously being recovered, the important equipments of the aircraft being sent to the forensic laboratory in Gandhinagar, and the entire flight, we have been told the structure of the flight will be recreated so that more findings can be done. Of course, the Air India, which has issued the statement, has stated that they are fully cooperating, and Boeing itself, who met the Air India chief just a few days back in Gurugram, stated that they are in full support to the investigative agencies that are continuously leading the investigation, but we have to wait for the concrete answers as to why this flight went down.
Right, Aishwarya, we will keep tracking that story, keep coming back to you for more on that. And of course, you will be speaking with the family members of that lone survivor of that ill-fated flight. We'll also get you more details in regard to, it's been a week since the tragedy struck. Since at least 270 lives, 275 to be precise, were lost in the horrific crash of the Air India flight 171. And today, even as loved ones wait for answers, India waits with them. It took less than 40 seconds. That's how long the Boeing 787 Dreamliner was in the air before it nosedived in Ahmedabad. Now, the big question that remains, with no clarity, with no answers yet, what precisely caused the crash? Was it rare, or was it a dual engine failure? That is the question. That is what is being probed. All that will be answered through the help of the black box. Do remember, like we mentioned, two of the components of the black box have been recovered. What did the pilot really say in his final desperate mayday call? All that will be recorded, of course, has been recorded in the black box, and that really holds the key as to what really happened and what is it that the pilot made of the situation. That is very, very crucial. Why is the DNA identification taking so long, and how are the families coping with the wait? Of course, we do know that the DNA sampling has been taking time. They are trying to match the bodies with the DNA identification, but also there are some people that haven't even come forward so far. They do have some bodies and they are still awaiting DNA samples in order to go ahead with the matching of the samples. And how soon will the preliminary findings emerge? That is the big question, because it's going to take time. Like Aishwarya was mentioning, it could take up to about 3 months' time, but there will be some answers that will be coming about. So far, of course, the DGCA has been given its clearance. Will the DNA matching be completed soon? How long before all the families can have their bodies and they can carry the last rites and that ceremony that needs to be completed? So traumatized, injured, this is a testimony that really is in regard to the kind of help that investigators will need in order to establish what went down, what really went wrong. And does the sole survivor who is in Diu, who just conducted the last rites of his brother who was also on the flight, does he really hold the key? Can he help answer some of the questions? Now, the investigation is looking into fuel contamination or vapor lock. That is something that is being probed as well. So that could perhaps be something that the investigators are also looking into. How are the Boeing and the investigating agencies contributing to the probe? And that is the big question. As to we do know that a team from the Boeing is also at the crash site. They have also been picking up clues and also picking up the parts of the plane in order to establish really what went wrong and in order to ensure that this never happens again. Has Air India's reputation taken a hit? And that is the big question. We do know that Air India, since the crash, has reduced its flights by 15%. That's the hit that Air India has taken so far. But what about its reputation? Air India's reputation is at stake as well. But will it be able to withstand India's worst tragedy as far as air tragedies are concerned is the big question. Now, one of the young lives that was lost in that ill-fated Air India 171 flight was that of First Officer Clive Kunder, a 34-year-old young co-pilot hailing from Mumbai. His last rites will be held today. His family plans to take his mortal remains to the church that he used to go to in Kalina, and then also to another. Then he will be then taken further. His body will be taken. We have Radhika Ramaswamy joining us to get us more on this. Radhika, the last rites ceremony will be taking place today in Mumbai. Take us through what all has been planned for the co-pilot. A very young life, 34 years of age, a life cut short. Cut very, very short in that tragic plane crash. Take us through, you've spoken to family and friends. Take us through the kind of person he was, his personality, and what all is planned as far as the last rites are concerned.
That's right. Mortal remains of Clive will reach Mumbai today. Of course, he was a Mumbai boy. In fact, he was born and brought up here. He is basically was from Mangalore, and then he did his education here. Also did aviation in Florida. Later, of course, joining Air India sometime in 2017. But he started his career as a pilot in 2012. Of course, a young life cut short, all of 32. His mortal remains will arrive at about 10 a.m. is what we are being given to understand, and then the funeral will take place at 1 p.m. in a cemetery. Of course, there won't be any sort of church service is what we are being given to understand. All the service will happen in that particular ground. Now, as far as Clive is concerned, yes, young life cut short. He was assisting Sumit Sabharwal that day. He was the first officer. He clocked more than 1,100 hours of flying, a few hours short of becoming the main pilot, or rather the captain of one of the flights. However, this tragic crash took place. Also, it took family some time to be handed over the body. This is as a result of DNA matching that got delayed. Last night was when he was handed over the body, after which, of course, now it will be transported to Mumbai. Of course, it's going to be a tearful farewell for Clive, just as what we saw at Sumit's farewell as well. All the family members and friends will be gathered there. And this is, of course, a distressful time for family members. He was survived by his parents, who were in Australia when the tragic crash happened. They flew down and, of course, received the body from Ahmedabad. His persona, what his friends and neighbors have been telling us is that a very cheerful person, somebody who was very ambitious, very disciplined pilot as well, somebody who began his career just about 10-12 years back, 13 years back, and then of course joined Air India a few years back. Also has a history of aviation as far as his family is concerned. Mother was also a crew member in Air India. Father served in offshore oil rigs, is what we were told. So yes, very, very distressful time for family members as they bid
Radhika, like you
tearful
mentioned,
goodbye to him today in Mumbai.
Right. In fact, the DNA matching took some time as well, because they recovered some bones, and it was something that really took some time. And the mortal remains will be brought to Mumbai at 10 o'clock, like Radhika was mentioning. We will keep tracking that story and getting you more on that. Now, let's just also get you more news that's coming in. And that is a group of 110 Indian students who were stranded in Iran have been evacuated. They landed in Delhi. A majority of them are from Jammu and Kashmir. Out of the 110, 90 are from J&K. They're students all from the Urmia Medical University, and the first student groups that has now finally been evacuated and transited via Armenia and Doha, and they boarded that flight to Delhi, and that flight that landed here in Delhi. Anushka joining us from the airport in order to know more on this. Anushka, of course, this was the first batch of 110 students, but they really have been complaining of the buses that came to fetch them in order to take them back home from the Delhi airport.
That's right, Divya. The 110 students that landed here in India after Operation Sindhu was launched to successfully evacuate students from Armenia has landed today. Out of 110 students, 90 students are from Jammu and Kashmir. We are standing right at the airport where the buses that are expected to take the students back to Jammu and Kashmir, are in fact right now here at this particular, outside the airport. Several of the students are in fact also with us here, who are complaining that they have been traveling since 3 to 4 days continuously, and they are quite tired, and they are not in a position where they could in fact board such kind of buses that has been in fact kept here so that they could go through these buses. Let's go straight to students first. आपका नाम क्या है?
वर्दा है मेरा नाम.
3-4 दिन का सफ़र रहा है आपका, आप लोग अब वापस भारत आ चुके हैं, लेकिन हम देख रहे हैं कि लगातार जो बसेस हैं जो आपके लिए यहाँ पर मुहैया कराई गई हैं, उसको लेकर के काफ़ी ज़्यादा दिक्कतें हो रही हैं.
जी बिल्कुल, बहुत ज़्यादा दिक्कत है. एक तो ये एक्सपायर्ड है, इनका कोई कुछ नहीं है, वजूद ही नहीं है इन बसेस का. तो ये कोई रूल ही नहीं है कि एक्सपायर्ड बस आप यूज़ कर सकते हो, सबसे पहले. दूसरी चीज़ कि हमारी तो हर साइड से सेफ्टी कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ हो रही है इन बसेस में. पहले तो हम लड़कियाँ हैं, दूसरी चीज़ कि ये बिल्कुल सेफ़ नहीं है. आपको पता है ये रोड्स कैसे हैं जम्मू के. हम कुछ मांग ही नहीं रहे इनसे, हम तो कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहे. हम इनको बस बोल रहे हैं हमें सेफली घर पहुंचाओ, और यहाँ पे हमारी सेफ्टी हर वे में कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ हो रही है.
आपका नाम क्या है मैम?
बेहिश्ता.
क्योंकि हम देख रहे हैं लगातार बहुत सारे बच्चे यहाँ पर इस बात को लेकर के सवाल खड़े कर रहे हैं, अथॉरिटी की तरफ से किसी ने आप लोगों से कांटेक्ट करने की कोशिश की है?
जी नहीं, सुबह जब हम लैंड हुए थे तो एक मिनिस्टर आए थे और उन्होंने हमें एक J&K अफेयर्स वाले कुछ कमिश्नर से मिलवाया था, बोला था ये आपको एस्कॉर्ट करेंगे टू द बेल्ट। लेकिन जितने देर में हमारी इमिग्रेशन हुई वी वेंट टू द बेल्ट और वहाँ पे कोई भी नहीं था। तब से हम कांटेक्ट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और वो बोल रहे हैं हमें, अभी वो बोल रहे हैं हमें 10 मिनट पहले कॉल आया, जबकि हमने लैंड 4 बजे किया है। 4 बजे से अभी 8 बज चुके हैं, 8:30 होने को है। हमारे यहाँ कोई ना कोई कॉल रिसीव कर रहा है, ना कोई हमारी मदद के लिए। तब से हम मीडिया में ये बोल रहे वो बोल रहे क्या उन तक कोई आवाज़ ही नहीं पहुँची? तो वो कहाँ है?
कितने बच्चे होंगे? क्योंकि हम सुन रहे हैं कि बहुत सारे बच्चे ऐसे भी हैं जो वापस जा चुके हैं जम्मू कश्मीर में।
जी, अभी हम मोर देन 90 स्टूडेंट्स थे, लेकिन ऐसे भी कुछ बच्चे जो जा चुके हैं। अभी हम लाइक 70-80 स्टूडेंट्स हैं।
लेकिन अभी तक किसी ने आपसे कोई कांटेक्ट नहीं किया बसेस को लेकर?
जी नहीं, बिल्कुल भी नहीं। आप देखिए ना, लेग स्पेस इनमें क्या है। हम 20 घंटे का 24 घंटे का सफ़र कैसे करेंगे इनमें? इंसान सुकड़ जाएगा इनमें, इन बसेस में। ना AC है ना कुछ है। चलो वी कांट अफोर्ड, मतलब हम अपनी सेफ्टी अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते हैं। हमें बोला गया था आपकी सेफ्टी टॉप प्रायोरिटी रहेगी, बार बार ये श्योर किया गया था कि आपकी सेफ्टी हमारी टॉप प्रायोरिटी, आपको सेफली हम घर पहुंचाएंगे। लेकिन हम कहाँ हैं? हम यहाँ दर बदर भटक रहे हैं। हम यहाँ के हैं भी नहीं, हमें पता भी नहीं हमें कहाँ जाना है। वी डोंट नो एनीथिंग। स्टिल हम दर बदर भटक रहे हैं, बोल रहे हैं, पूछ रहे हैं कुछ करो हमारे लिए, बट कोई नहीं हमारी सुन रहा।
For the reference of viewers, we are showing the buses that are in question here. These are the buses of Jammu and Kashmir Roadways that have been standing here so that they can take back the students to Jammu and Kashmir. Out of 110 students, 90 students are from Jammu and Kashmir, and they are complaining that this is a very horrifying situation of the buses that are in fact standing here. The permits has been expired of many of the buses, and they cannot possibly travel through this buses to Jammu and Kashmir. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Anushka, for joining us and getting us highlighting the plight of those students who have arrived back here in India. Moving on now, US President Donald Trump hosted Pakistan's army chief for lunch at the White House, declaring, and I quote, "I love Pakistan," and insisting that he averted a war with India despite New Delhi bluntly refuting his claims of mediation. Sticking to his position despite Prime Minister Modi making it clear that India had agreed to a ceasefire based on Pakistan's request. US President has once again claimed credit for stopping the war between the two countries and even complained that not one story had been written about it. Trump's lunch meeting is preceding a phone call that he had on Tuesday night with Prime Minister Modi, in which he had invited Prime Minister Modi to stop by in Washington, D.C. on his way back from the G7 meeting, suggesting efforts at mediation which the US President had promised or claimed at various times. India, of course, the Indian Prime Minister has declined that invitation because of prior social commitments.
The reason I had him here, I wanted to thank him for not going into the war, just ending the war, and I want to thank, as you know, we're working a trade deal with India, we're working a trade deal with Pakistan, and they were both here. But I was with Modi a few weeks ago. He was here actually, but now we speak to him, and I'm so happy. There was a deal that two smart people, plus, they have people on their staff too, but two very smart people decided not to keep going with that war. That could have been a nuclear war. Those are two nuclear powers. Big ones. Big nuclear powers.
And we have Lalaja, the senior journalist, joining us from Washington, D.C. Thank you so much for speaking with us this morning here in India. It's late night for you. Take us, in your opinion, what do you make of this situation? And do you think this was an occasion for the United States to actually support Pakistan's claim as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned?
President Trump's invitation to Pakistan Army Chief General Munir for a luncheon at the White House is quite unprecedented, quite unusual as well. You can term it a diplomatic coup, but it reflects multiple points. One, President Trump believes that it is in national interest to bring Pakistan on board for multiple ways, for multiple reasons. One, to create the trust deficit between Pakistan and China, which China, as you know, is Pakistan's, they claim this all-weather threat. The trust deficit, they want to create that pledge. Secondly, he wants to impress upon Pakistan, ask Pakistan to stop any support to terrorists or terrorist groups, which Pakistan has been doing against India. India, as you know, has always insisted and is put the condition for any talks on Pakistan, there has to be no support to terrorism. And here, as I say, the talks and terrorism cannot go together. So if from President Trump's perspective, he needs peace in South Asia if he has to achieve his larger goal of taking head-on China. So that's why he wants India's development. For India's development to happen, Pakistan needs to keep quiet, have a cooperative attitude, approach with India, and not indulge in any cross-border terrorism. That's only one of the important points. Second point would be about getting some help, assistance from Pakistan in its effort or armed actions, military actions, if any, against Iran. These are a few important points, but it also is reflective of Pakistan's state of Pakistan's democracy, right? It is reflective of the poor state of Pakistan's democracy, where the elected leader has not been invited by the US president. Instead, he has opted to talk to army chief, which shows who the real ruler in Pakistan is, and what's the status of elected leaders of Pakistan.
Let's get you the latest as far as the conflict between Israel and Iran is concerned. And it's President Donald Trump of the United States who has kept the world guessing about whether the United States will join Israel's bombardment of Iranian nuclear sites as the Israel-Iran conflict has entered its seventh day. He has told his senior aides that he has approved attack plans on Iran, but was holding off or giving the final order to see basically if Tehran would abandon its nuclear program. To remember, Donald Trump has asked for unconditional surrender of the Iranian leader. However, Iran has gone on to say that it's not giving up and it's not giving in. Let's listen in.
Plan for everything, but we'll see what happens. Got a ways to go. They should have made the deal. I had a great deal for them. They should have made that deal. 60 days we talked about it, and in the end they decided not to do it, and now they wish they did it. And they want to meet, but it's a little late to meet, but they want to meet, and they want to come to the White House. They'll even come to the White House. So we'll see. I may do that, but it's a shame it could have been done the easy way. We're in the midst of it's a terrible thing. I hate to see it. I hate to see all that death, so much death and destruction.
ورود آمریکا در این قضیه 100% به ضرر اوست. اونچه که او در این زمینه ضربه خواهد خورد به مراتب بیشتر است از اونچه که ایران ممکنه صدمه بخوره. صدمه آمریکا اگر ورود در این میدان بشه، ورود نظامی در این میدان بکنه، صدمه جبران ناپذیری خواهد بود بدون تردید.
Vishal joining us to get us the very latest on the situation on the ground. Vishal, how bad is the offences overnight? Have you seen, what has the situation been like, and the kind of role that the United States plays? What kind of cards is Donald Trump holding on to at the moment?
Well, Divya, as far as the latest about the conflict between Israel and Iran is concerned, this is the 7th straight night of continuous exchange of fires. Although there's been a lull as far as the frequency of fire is concerned. When it comes to the last 2 nights, the number of ballistic missiles fired from each side have been less in numbers, but the rhetoric is climbing up. The rhetoric is escalating. As you mentioned, Trump is now threatening to strike Iran. It could happen any moment. There have been reports suggesting that the final approval has been given to go through with the attacks, but the go ahead for the actual attack remains to be given from Trump's side. The approval of the plan has been made, so it remains to be seen when US actually comes and interferes. That will be the biggest escalation as far as this war is concerned. It's been 7 nights of continuous exchange of fire, as we mentioned. So far, about 400 people have died, combining both the sides, and the US is going to be involved. That's almost sure now. How many bases US uses in near about Israel and Iran, that remains to be seen, because US allies have a lot of bases around Israel, such as one is in Cyprus, the other one is in Diego Garcia. So whether US will go on to use these bases or not, that is the question as well. So all of that will have to be considered.
Right, Vishal, stay with us. We have breaking news coming in at the moment. Breaking news coming in from Canada, and politically motivated violent extremism. PMBE has encouraged the use of violence to establish new political systems or new structures or norms within existing systems. Actors have been engaged in planning, financing and facilitating of attacks globally in order to establish a new political system or entities. This is as far as the situation on the ground is concerned. We have Vishal with us. Vishal, take us through what's really happened here in Canada. What are we talking about?
So this is the final report the CSIS releases every year. This is the Canadian State Intelligence Agency, the Apex Intelligence Agency in Canada, that has come up with this report and flagged some serious concerns about K-terror, the Khalistani terror that has been plaguing India-Canada relations for a while now. And in the latest report, it clearly acknowledges, Canada clearly acknowledges that there is a threat of Khalistani extremism on its soil. It goes on to say that Khalistanis continue to use Canada as one of its bases. There have been several programs, several activities aimed against Indian activities. So they have clearly mentioned that K-terror poses a continuous threat towards India. They have also gone on to say that K-terror has been on its soil for a while. It's been decades. So it's a big admission from the Canadian side that K-terror has existed. Something that was, elusive in the previous regime when Justin Trudeau was the Prime Minister. So it's a reversal of sorts from the Canadian side. And this comes in the wake of this big meet between PM Modi and PM Mark Carney. This is a reset of ties that's happening. Canadian High Commissioners will be appointed and High Commissioner from India will also be appointed. That is what has been decided. So this comes in the wake of that. So all eyes will be on how India and Canada move forward from here, because K-terror has been there for a while and it poses a serious threat to both the countries, is what the report is saying.
Right. Thank you so much, Vishal, for joining us with that breaking news. In other news, let's get you the latest, and this is in regard to the dairy war that we have been seeing in the state of Karnataka, where the government was supporting Amul and those kiosks as far as metro stations in Bengaluru are concerned. But now Amul won that global tender for the kiosks at 10 metro stations, but the BJP has gone berserk on the state government and demanded why the state's very own Nandini, the homegrown brand, wasn't the priority partner in order to set up those kiosks. The state government has clarified that only Amul had bid for the tender, and now after that political slugfest that we saw play out in Karnataka, the Milk Federation is going to bid, they will bid for other spots for Nandini as far as Bengaluru metro stations are concerned. We have Deepak joining in. Deepak, now from what we're hearing is that it is DK Shivkumar who stepped in and has stepped in order to promote now the homegrown brand Nandini, which is now going to be opening up in metro stations.
Whether this is actually promoting the brand or whether this is just giving into politics and the pressure that's coming in from the opposition, that's a big question that of course remains at this point in time, because now we should note that the BJP and the JDS right now have said that it was the Congress that spoke about Save Nandini. They started an entire campaign during the state election, and now tenders were awarded to Amul. Now the aspect is clear here. The BMRCL puts out a note that there are 10 kiosks of Amul that are going to be set up in various metro stations in the city. This is based on a tender. Now, while this tender is floated, now the KMF, which is the body that handles Nandini, is pretty much aware that this tender has been floated. If they think it's a revenue generating model, they would have applied for a tender. When they didn't apply for a tender and Amul did, is there a point of actually saying now we will have KMF actually go ahead and set up kiosks? Whether it is actually viable, have these things been considered as the question?
Right. Thank you so much, Deepak, for getting us those details. Let's just also switch tracks now. The water war has reignited, and this time between Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. The Chief Minister of Telangana plans to lead a delegation to the national capital in order to meet with the Union Water Resources Minister, C.R. Patil. The aim is to convey the unanimous resolution taken by all parties from Telangana to demand an immediate stop to the project. This is the project, the Polavaram Banakara Cherla link project, and that is the demand that is going to be put forward as far as the Union Water Resources Minister is concerned. So in front of C.R. Patil is what the Telangana Chief Minister's delegation is planning to make those demands. We have Umar joining us. Umar, take us through the very latest.
So Chief Minister, accompanied by the Irrigation Minister Uttam Kumar Reddy, intends to go to C.R. Patil, and he has invited Union Minister Kishan Reddy to join them as well to make it a representation from Telangana to immediately put a stop to the Polavaram Banakacherla link project. What it attempts to do is to bring about 200 TMC of water from the Godavari rivers at Polavaram via the Penna River to Krishna Basin, to what is called the Banakacherla Reservoir, and that is supposed to irrigate the about 7.5 lakh acres of agricultural land and provide drinking water to about 80 lakh people. And that's the big project that Andhra Pradesh and Chandrababu Naidu are pushing, and it's cost about 80,000 crore rupees, and they are very aggressively going ahead. Telangana saying that we want an immediate stop to that because Andhra Pradesh is claiming that there are excess waters that they want to use, and Revant Reddy has challenged Chandrababu Naidu to say that if he does believe that 3,000 TMC of water is excess, then allow all the water that is supposed to come to Telangana, already allocated to Telangana, 968 TMC for the Godavari and 555 TMC from the Krishna, and then you can use whatever the excess waters. He is pointing out that Andhra Pradesh has actually raised objections to multiple projects that are on Godavari as well as are on Krishna River, not allowing the completion of those projects and utilization of those waters, and therefore his contention is that excess waters we do not know about yet. And in the same breath, he has also attacked KCR, who is in fact making this into a Telangana issue, saying that the Congress government is unable to defend Telangana's rights against Andhra Pradesh, who is taking away the rights. He's pointed out in the meeting that he had yesterday, and also by presenting multiple video clips of KCR, saying that it is KCR who 2016 Apex Council meeting had suggested that there is 3,000 TMC excess water and that can be used by Andhra Pradesh, and also in 2019 that he had acted like the big brother and said that he would provide water to the Rayalaseema region of Andhra Pradesh, and therefore Revant Reddy is saying that it is KCR and Harish Rao who are to blame for whatever the wrongs that may happen to Telangana on the water distribution front. Back to you.
Right, thank you so much, Uma, for getting us those details. Let's get you the latest when it comes to Sonam Raghuvanshi. She is going to be produced in court today. The police will be asking for more custody. Do remember that they were given that 7 days custody of Sonam Raghuvanshi. So the court to be given all kind of probe details, and it's the Meghalaya police team that is in Madhya Pradesh. There's a new twist as far as the case is concerned. The mystery of the 3 missing phones continues, but there is a new name that's cropped up in the investigation. There is one person that Sonam had made more than 100 calls within a span of 25 days. Between the 1st of March to the 25th of March, Sonam made calls to Sanjay Verma, a person that she called 119 times. We have Ratnadeep joining us to get us more on this. Ratnadeep, of course, the police is stepping up its investigation. They visited the residence of Sonam Raghuvanshi, questioned the family members, including the brother. The brother has gone on to say that I am also going to be assisting in the investigation in whichever way possible. He's also gone on to say, if you want, you can even conduct a narco test on me. That is the brother of Sonam Raghuvanshi.
That's right. The family of Sonam Raghuvanshi had yesterday cooperated with the team from Meghalaya SIT, which is now camping in Indore. They had quizzed the parents and the brother together, and then also recorded separate statements of the father, mother, and the brother. They have also searched Sonam's room and other rooms in the house. They actually got them to open the suitcases that Sonam have, the drawers as well. This was precisely for looking for any evidence or looking for the phones that Sonam had in her interrogation said that they have been destroyed. However, Meghalaya police is also trying to find out where exactly they have thrown the destroyed phones. So therefore, the interrogation continues. Even as this afternoon, the Meghalaya police will produce Sonam, Raj Kushwa, and the 3 other accused at the Shillong court, and they would be in all likelihood asking for extension of the police remand, given the fact that the police team is there in Indore and several other people have to be quizzed, and all the details that would come out of Indore needs to be corroborated with Sonam, Raj, and the other accused. Now, the focus remains on the call details of Sonam Raghuvanshi, and what we are picking up from Meghalaya SIT sources is that in all likelihood the phone number where she was talking for hours together or several calls, which was saved in Truecaller as Sanjay Verma, happens to be Raj Kushwa himself. So this is the initial, this has come out of the initial interrogation on the call records details. However, the Meghalaya SIT is also doing a back-end check in the sense that whether this was, there is any other person involved in this plot who has not been rounded up as of now, and therefore there would be further interrogation once they get an extension of the police custody.
Right. Thank you so much, Ratnadeep, for getting us those details. Let's just get you the latest, and this is in regard to the Assembly bypolls for 5 seats spread across 4 states that are being held today. And they hold importance because they're the first polls post India's Operation Sindoor and are also a crucial test when it comes to incumbent governments across these states. Polls are being held across Punjab, West Bengal, Kerala, as well as Gujarat. And to know more on this, we have my colleagues Shirshi as well as Gurpreet joining us. Shirshi, over to you first. This contest is being closely watched not only for the seat itself but for its potential implications when it comes to Rajya Sabha.
Well, that's right, and especially in West Bengal, given the fact that there will be state elections early next year, this is, of course, being seen as a semi-final to that. Both the BJP and the Trinamool Congress locked in a political battle here for the bypolls. Now, of course, a prestige battle for the Trinamool Congress, whether it will be able to retain this particular seat after the demise of the sitting MLA. Now they have fielded his daughter from this particular seat in Nadia district, which goes in for bypolls today. On the other hand, the BJP will be looking at dethroning and snatching that MLA seat from the Trinamool Congress. But more importantly, the narrative that both the parties have been holding on to, that is one, the whole safety and security of Hindus. That is what the BJP has been using as its poll plank, while the Trinamool Congress has been trying to deflect those allegations being made by the BJP. So essentially, this whole communalization of the elections, something that is being closely watched, whether this really helps the BJP or whether or not the Trinamool Congress holds on to its power, that is something that is being very closely watched on this bypoll day here in West Bengal.
Right, Shirshi, thank you so much for getting us those details. We also have Gurpreet with us. Gurpreet, the bypoll has been scheduled owing to the death of the sitting Aam Aadmi Party MLA, and the Aam Aadmi Party has now fielded Rajya Sabha MP Sanjeev Arora in order to retain its hold on the urban seat.
Well, yes, this bypoll which is happening in the state of Punjab, it has a lot of importance because this is the crucial election which is happening at this point of time. We have seen this has been decided after a demise of Aam Aadmi Party MLA, and after that they have decided to hold this bypoll. So some of the voters, they are with us, we will talk to them. So ma'am, what are the main issues you are looking forward for the solution of the problems?
See, जो काम होना चाहिए था वो ऑलरेडी हो रहा है हमारे शहर में, और जो दिख रहा है, इस समय तक मच्छरों का बुरा हाल होता था, डेंगू होता था, लेकिन कहीं पे भी पानी नहीं खड़ा हुआ। फ्यूमिगेशन मार्च से चल रही है, इसलिए बिल्कुल साफ़ सुथरा एनवायरनमेंट है। सारे सीवेजेस पहले ही साफ़ कर दिए गए हैं। जो कैंडिडेट्स काम कर रहे हैं वो काम दिख रहा है। तो ऑब्वियसली द बेस्ट कैंडिडेट विल विन, जिसका काम हमारे को.
Can we say development is one of the major issue which is
there is no other thing more important than that. There is nothing more important. And when we say development means everything. Maybe for women empowerment, maybe for taking care of laborers, maybe for taking care of downtrodden, maybe taking care of disabled, any whatever way. What is development? Development सिर्फ सड़क बनाना नहीं होता. Development is all over.
So you are choosing your candidate who will give a better development.
Definitely, everyone should.
Development in terms of improvement of the state backward हो गया है, because का इसमें revenue इतना low हो गया है कि अपने routine खर्चे भी नहीं meet कर पाते. So इत्थे investment लेके आने ਲਈ कि बहुत वधिया candidate चाहिए ਜਿਹੜਾ investment ਲਿਆ ਸਕੇ ਬਾਹਰੋਂ ਹੋਰ ਨਵੇਂ, ਔਰ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਵੀ ਨਾ ਜਾਵੇ. ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀਲਿਸਟ ਹੈ ਬਾਹਰ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਡਿਵੈਲਪਮੈਂਟ ਬਾਹਰ ਐਕਸਪੈਂਸ਼ਨ ਕਰਦਾ ਉਹ ਪੰਜਾਬ 'ਚ ਹੀ ਕਰੇ. ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ.
We have more voters with us. So क्या what is in the mind? What is the agenda?
The lady said about this fumigation. I would like to ask her and you, if a vehicle is going at the speed of 50 kilometers or 40 kilometers per hour, and is it a fumigation? It is just making fool of all the people. Second thing, she said.
The main question. When
I am giving answers. She said that investment. It was only the Congress which introduced Invest Punjab.
No. The question. The question. No. So we can see that these people, they are looking and choosing their candidate who will be giving the better development here. Back to studio.
Right. Thank you so much, Gurpreet, for joining us with those details. We have breaking news coming in at the moment. We have breaking news in regard to the date and time for the mission. This is the space mission of AXIM-4. The launch is going to take place on the 22nd of June. So basically, it's going to be taking place next week. Do remember, there have been repeated delays as far as the mission is concerned. This, of course, will be headed by India's second astronaut to head to space, Shubhanshu Shukla, who will be flying to the International Space Station. But there have been numerous delays in the launch of this, and this is now going to take place. The latest that we have for you in regard to this, as far as that mission is concerned. Now there is the latest date that this is going to take place. Do remember, this is going to be from the Kennedy Space Center, and now that we have the latest date for you in regard to the AXIM-4 mission with the Indian astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla, that has now got its final date, and hopefully with no hitches. Do remember, there was a technical snag, there was a leak that had caused repeated delays. Now this is after evaluating the operations as far as the recent repairs are concerned. This has now been announced, the announcement that has been made in regard to the change in the targeted launch date that allows NASA to continue evaluating the space station operations after the recent repair work that has taken place. Pallav Bagla joining us. Pallav, take us to the time and date of this launch now that we do know that we have a date in place.
Yes. See, there is a new date for the launch of Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla's flight to space, which is June 22nd at 1:12 p.m. India time. So this, after several postponements, this is the new date for the launch of the Falcon 9 rocket. And there will be another mission review, and depending on weather, there could be delays. But right now, the date which Axiom Space, SpaceX, NASA has announced is June 22nd at 1:12 p.m. The delays have been earlier because of several reasons: weather-related, technical glitches on the rocket, technical glitches on the International Space Station. After all, this is human space flight and nobody wants to take a chance. So they will do it only when there is full readiness. And there was an oxygen leak on the rocket, which was pointed out by ISRO, which has also been fixed. So right now, things seem good for a 1:12 p.m. launch on June 22nd. And I am told Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, who continues to be in quarantine at Florida, is healthy and safe and ready to take the flight.
Right, thank you so much, Palla, for getting us details of the mission that was originally scheduled for liftoff on the 29th of May and then has seen, repeated delays, and now we do have a date. It is the 22nd, like Palla was mentioning. With that, let's just get you some tech news coming in. This is from the world of wireless audio. Realme has launched their new TWS, the Buds Air 7 Pro. Let's take a look at the review with my colleague, Ishan.
Realme ने अपने Buds लाइनअप में एक और फ्लैगशिप ऐड किया है, द Realme Buds Air 7 Pro। ये ₹5,499 के प्राइस टैग के साथ आते हैं और प्रॉमिस करते हैं फ्लैगशिप लेवल ANC, लॉन्ग बैटरी लाइफ और हाई रेज ऑडियो। Hey everyone, my name is Ishan, you're watching NDTV, and I have been using the Realme Buds Air 7 Pro for a few days now. Here's my full review. Buds Air 7 Pro का डिज़ाइन काफ़ी स्लीक और लाइट वेट है। ये इन ईयर डिज़ाइन के साथ आते हैं विद सिलिकॉन ईयर टिप्स जो पैसिव नॉइस आइसोलेशन में हेल्प करते हैं। Buds IP55 रेटेड हैं, सो वाटर एंड स्वेट रेजिस्टेंस मिलती है। ग्रेट फॉर वर्कआउट और डेली कम्यूटिंग। केस भी काफ़ी कॉम्पैक्ट है विद अ वीगन लेदर डिज़ाइन एंड इट इज़ ईजी टू स्लिप इनटू अ पॉकेट। लेट्स टॉक अबाउट द साउंड क्वालिटी। Realme Buds Air 7 Pro feature 11 plus 6 mm drivers और LDAC high-res audio support, जो इस प्राइस रेंज में काफ़ी इम्प्रेसिव है। मिड्स और वोकल्स क्लीन है, बेस पंची है और हाइज डिस्टॉर्शन फ्री रहते हैं, even at higher volumes. Its ANC is quite powerful with up to 53 dB noise cancellation. और ट्रांसपेरेंसी मोड भी डिसेंट काम करता है फॉर आउटडोर अवेयरनेस। इट्स बैटरी लाइफ इज वन ऑफ इट्स स्ट्रॉन्ग सूट्स। इन माई एक्सपीरियंस दे डिड लास्ट फॉर अबाउट 30 hours. फास्ट चार्जिंग भी सपोर्टेड है। You get 7 hour worth juice after a 10-minute charge. That is quite impressive, and it charges to 100% in just around 2 hours. Realme Link ऐप के थ्रू आप काफ़ी कुछ कस्टमाइज कर सकते हैं, जैसे ANC levels, touch controls, game mode and even audio presets. Dual device connection भी supported है, तो आप फ़ोन और लैपटॉप दोनों से एक साथ कनेक्टेड रह सकते हैं। Realme Buds Air 7 Pro offer a complete TWS package at ₹5,499. They offer powerful ANC, LDAC support, long battery and dual device connectivity. And all of these features make it a no-brainer for budget-conscious buyers who still want a flagship-like experience. Of course, कुछ compromises हैं, जैसे touch controls थोड़े inconsistent लग सकते हैं और केस का build थोड़ा plasticky feel देता है. But considering the price, it's hard to complain. That was my review of the Realme Buds Air 7 Pro. See you guys in the next one. Until then, keep following NDTV for more such reviews.
Thank you so much, Ishan, for getting us the very latest. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
as the Iran-Israel war escalates. Indian students in the crossfire.
हमें as soon as possible evacuate किया जाए.
War zone worries grip parents. The next Indian mass evacuation ahead. NDTV at Ground Zero.
Do you really know the company you invest in?
What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
From the echo of the Trump tariffs to the geopolitical tensions in West Asia. And on the sidelines, a possible thaw in the frosty relations between India and Canada. I will bring you all the latest updates from the Kananaskis G7 Summit. NDTV, live from the G7 Summit in Canada.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold
CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
In today's interconnected world,
A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24x7. I'm Divya Vada. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including this is Canada's big admission as far as Khalistani terror is concerned. We will be getting you the very latest in regard to the fresh wave of Israeli attacks in Iran, and also how 110 Indian students have been brought back from Iran to the national capital. That and a whole lot more. Well, we have the headlines coming up first. Canada's big admission on Khalistani terror. Canada used for promoting violence. Khalistani activities targeting India is the big revelation that has been made. Fresh wave of Israeli attacks in Iran. Trump says there's no decision whether he will be striking Iran or not. And this really comes at a time when Putin says he has a solution to the problem, says the situation is delicate, but a truce can be reached and that he is willing to mediate. 110 Indian students have been brought back from Iran. India's Operation Sindhu. This is in regard for the Iranian evacuation. Do remember this had taken place earlier when the fight had taken, the conflict that had erupted between Ukraine and Russia. So this is 110 students who have been brought back, but they have been flagging concerns regarding the buses that came to fetch them from the airport. It's been a week since the Air India crash that claimed over 270 lives. Air India has cut 15% of its international flights since the crash, and today the co-pilot's last rites will be held in Mumbai. And politics over Ki Ladi evacuate. This is the excavation in Tamil Nadu. MK Stalin has slammed the centre over the transfer of the archaeologist, but it is the transfer for the administrative reasons is what the ASI has gone on to say. Sonam Raghuvanshi, the main accused in the Honeymoon murder case, is going to be produced in court. The police of Meghalaya wants to seek further remand of the accused in the case, including Sonam and her friend Raj Kushwaha and 3 others. Let's get you our latest, and that is in regard to Khalistani extremists that continue to exploit Canadian soil to promote, fund and plan violent activities, primarily targeting India, according to a report that's been released by Canada's intelligence agency. This is Canadian Security Intelligence Service in its annual report, which outlines threats to national security, states and individuals and networks associated with Khalistan movement that remains active in Canada. Khalistani extremists continue to use Canada as a base for the promotion, for its fundraising and also for planning violent attacks. Violence primarily in India is what has been highlighted in this intelligence report in Canada. Vishal joining us to get us the very latest. Vishal, big revelation as far as this is, considered as a big rejection when it comes to Trudeau's politics.
Yeah, and also acceptance that K-terror does exist on Canadian soil. This is huge coming from the Canadian side. This is officially been released by the Canadian Intelligence Agency, CSIS. It's the apex intelligence agency there. It releases this annual report every year, and that is what has been revealed in this annual report, that there is an existing and continuing threat of K-terror on Canadian soil, and it also purports to India, because they have clearly stated in the report that these activities that the Khalistanis do there, they also they are directed directly towards India, because these activities have been planned so that something can be planned against India. So that's a big admission from the Canadian side, something we had not seen in the previous administration when Justin Trudeau was at the helm of affairs. So that is what has been the story in the last 24 hours, especially because both the prime ministers met yesterday. They had a big bilateral meeting in which it was decided that there will almost be a reset of ties. High commissioners will be appointed, and this report comes just in the wake of that. So this is a big development. It shows that Canada is ready to, support India on the international front by accepting that the big cause of concern for both the sides does exist.
Right, thank you so much, Vishal, for getting us the latest. We also have more news coming in. This is in regard to Donald Trump hosting Pakistan's army chief for lunch at the White House, declaring, and I quote, "I love Pakistan," and insisting that he averted a war with India, despite New Delhi bluntly refuting those claims of mediation. Sticking to his position, despite Prime Minister Modi making it abundantly clear that India had agreed to a ceasefire based on the request of Pakistan. Now, Donald Trump has once again claimed credit for stopping the war between the two countries and even complained that not one story has been written about it. Trump's lunch meeting has preceded a phone call that he made to Prime Minister Modi while Prime Minister Modi had just finished attending the G7 summit, inviting him to Washington, D.C. on his way back from the summit, suggesting that efforts at mediation with the United States president has promised or claimed at various times, but India, of course, refuting those claims and also declining that invitation as Prime Minister Modi had other engagements.
The reason I had him here, I wanted to thank him for not going into the war, just, ending the war. And I want to thank, as you know, we're working a trade deal with India. We're working a trade deal with Pakistan. And they were both here, but I was with Modi a few weeks ago. He was here, actually. But now we speak to him, and I'm so happy. There was a deal that two smart people, plus, they have people on their staff too, but two very smart people decided not to keep going with that war. That could have been a nuclear war. Those are two nuclear powers, big ones, big nuclear powers.
Right, let's just also get in Lala Jha, senior journalist from Washington, D.C. What is it that you make of this situation and how do you see this panning out?
It's very tough to digest it. But, from Pakistan's perspective, yeah, they were saved from Indian attacks, right? When India was almost on the worst butchering Pakistan, right? Attacking Pakistan, going inside, deep into Pakistan, left, right, and center. Pakistani had no control of the airspace, right? It was, in a way, they were saved by the United States. If the war had continued for another 2 days, God knows where the state of Pakistan would have been. So for him, it's, if you look from his perspective, it's pampering, buttering, and some reality fact check as well that Trump helped him save Pakistan.
Let's get you the latest in regard to the conflict between Iran and Israel. While President Donald Trump has kept the world guessing about whether the United States will join Israel's bombardment of Iranian nuclear sites as Iran and Israel's conflict has entered its 7th day and there have been fresh attacks that have been reported. Well, it is the US president who's told his senior aides that he has approved attack plans on Iran, but was really holding it off for now as he has asked the Iranian leader to surrender. Do remember, Iran has gone ahead and said it's not going to give in, it's not going to be giving up anytime soon. So this is, coming in at a time when latest attacks have been reported. Vishal joining us, reporting on the issue on the ground. But before that, let's listen in to what the leader of Iran had to say.
Plan for everything, but we'll see what happens. Got a ways to go. They should have made the deal. I had a great deal for them. They should have made that deal. 60 days we talked about it, and in the end they decided not to do it, and now they wish they did it. And they want to meet, but it's a little late to meet, but they want to meet, and they want to come to the White House. They'll even come to the White House. So we'll see. I may do that, but it's a shame it could have been done the easy way. We're in the midst of it's a terrible thing. I hate to see it. I hate to see all that death, so much death and destruction.
آمریکا در این قضیه 100% به ضرر اوست. اونچه که او در این زمینه ضربه خواهد خورد به مراتب بیشتر است از اونچه که ایران ممکنه صدمه بخوره. صدمه آمریکا اگر ورود در این میدان بشه، ورود نظامی در این میدان بکنه، صدمه جبران ناپذیری خواهد بود بدون تردید.
Vishal joining us to get us the very latest. Vishal, take us to the situation on the ground, and what we're hearing is that fresh attacks have been reported, and this really comes at a time as to what is it that the United States can do, but more importantly, the claims that Putin's been making, saying that, you know, he can handle the situation even though it's delicate, but he has gone on to propose peace talks, but this is something that Donald Trump is refuting, saying you'd rather concentrate on the situation in Ukraine than to get involved in the situation between Iran and Israel.
Yeah, all eyes are on Trump now, because many reports in the US media suggest that US is ready to jump into the war. US is ready to strike Iran's facilities, especially the nuclear facilities. But there's no confirmation as to whether Trump has given the go-ahead for the final attack. The approval of the plan has been given to attack Iran, but the final approval to actually attack Iran is yet to go through. So that all eyes are on that decision. When that will be taken, that remains to be seen. But as far as the attacks on both the sides are concerned, they continue for 7th straight night. In the last 2 nights, the frequent of firing from both the sides has been a little less as compared to the first 5 nights, but it still continues. People continue to die on both the sides. The death toll on both the sides combined to about 400. The official figures could be lesser than the actual numbers, is what many experts are saying. But the situation remains quite tense, and there have been several statements. As you mentioned, Putin has been saying that he has a peace plan in mind, but Trump doesn't seem to be in a mood to negotiate. He did say that Iran was willing to negotiate. Iran had contacted US authorities for a parley, but then Iran came up with a statement rejecting that claim, saying that Iran will not relent under pressure. It will continue to retaliate. So the situation is hostile. How longer this will take to resolve, that remains to be seen.
Thank you so much, Vishal, for getting us those details. And this also does impact the Indian society living in Iran. Of the people stuck in Iran, 110 Indian students have been brought back to the national capital. A majority of them are from Jammu and Kashmir. The students all from the Urmia Medical University, and the first students group that has been evacuated. They were transited via Armenia and Doha and were boarded on that flight to Delhi that came in late last evening. And the Indian students studying in Iran have thanked the Indian government for evacuating them from the conflict-torn country and expressed displeasure when it comes to the buses that came to fetch them from the airport. Now, we have Anushka joining us. Anushka, take us through the kind of concerns that are being raised. And of course, this is the first batch that has been, evacuated from Iran, and, some lessons to be learned here. And what is it that the students are flagging?
That's right, Divya. This is the first batch of students that have been evacuated from Iran. We are at the airport right now. We'll show you some visuals. This is what the situation, the condition of the students, what looks like right now. Students are quite frustrated and are saying that they have been stranded at the airport from the past, 3 to 4 hours. Not just that, they have been saying that this is not safe for students to travel in a bus whose situation looks like this. For the reference of viewers, we are showing you the visuals of the buses that has been arranged to take back the students from Delhi to Jammu and Kashmir. This is the situation of bus. Out of 3 buses, the permit of 2 buses has been expired. After the students have been flagged the issue, the Office of Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, that is Mr. Omar Abdullah, has in fact tweeted that the resident commissioner has been tasked with coordinating with the JKRTC to ensure proper deluxe buses, and that has been arranged. Within half an hour, the buses will reach here. The new buses that has been arranged for the students, the deluxe buses that will be reaching here. After that, the students might leave for Jammu and Kashmir. Most of the students who were stranded here have already booked their respective flights from Delhi to Jammu and Kashmir, and most of them have left. But a majority of the students are girls here, and they have been raising safety concerns as to why such kind of buses were booked in the first place. This is what the bus looks like from the inside, the seats are in not a good condition. The permits have been expired. The students have been constantly saying that they have been traveling for the past 3 to 4 days, and now expecting them to travel back to Jammu and Kashmir from Delhi. That will take them approximately 18 to 20 hours. They cannot go through they cannot go via this kind of bus. And now we are seeing that the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir has said that he has taken note of this issue, and a deluxe bus has been arranged for the students. Within half an hour, the bus will be reaching here, and after that, the students will be taken via bus. The deluxe bus that has been now rearranged for the students, and they will be leaving for Jammu and Kashmir. Over to you.
Right, of course, this is just the very first batch. Anushka, thank you so much for getting us all those details. And our colleague Shubhang chatted with Indian students who have been brought back, talking about the kind of ordeal that they have gone through, the kind of difficulties that they have faced, but they really want to continue with their education and want to go back to Iran. Listen in.
Students that are standing right now with me do have a sense of relief. Well, I will straight away go to them and ask about the journey that they have been through. What is your name?
My name is Ali.
Ali, I want to know throughout whatever has gone through, throughout the journey, because it was a long, tiring journey that we have seen.
Yes, it's very difficult for us. First of all, there was a lot of attacks, mostly in Tehran.
Yes.
So we will like to thank our embassy. So they helped to cross our borders land borders through Armenia, and we stayed for 1 day in Armenia, and then we come to Delhi. And there was very very much attack. एक तो बस जा रही थी, हमारी बस जा रही थी साइड से, हमारी साइड में आके मिसाइल पड़ी. मेरे पास वीडियो पे झूठ नहीं, साइड में मिसाइल पड़ी. तो मतलब वो बहुत मतलब उसमें बहुत डर लगा,
घबराहट हो गई.
जी घबराहट उस समय हो गई थी.
इस समय कैसी स्थिति है ईरान में? अगर आप
हाँ आंखों देखा पता कि जितना न्यूज़ में दिखा रहे मान लो वो सच है, वो उतना ही हो रहा है, उससे ज़्यादा हो रहा है. सच में बहुत है गलत.
अच्छा लग रहा है वापस आकर?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है वापस.
आपका क्या नाम है?
शेख अफसा.
कहाँ से?
कश्मीर से.
जी. यहाँ पर कुछ ऐसे जानकारी मिल रही है कि जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं वो इतना थक गए हैं कि वो नहीं चाहते हैं कि अब उन्हें बसेस में लेके जाया जाए. ये कितना सही?
जी बहुत सही है, क्योंकि हम लोग ऑलरेडी वहाँ बस से ट्रैवल करके आए हैं आर्मीनिया तक, फिर वहाँ पर भी हमें बस बॉर्डर से कैपिटल सिटी तक आना पड़ा. तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट है. अभी अगर ये हम लोगों को पहले बता देते तो मे बी हम लोगों ने कुछ ऑलरेडी पहले प्री प्लान किया होगा. अभी इस मोमेंट पे टिकट्स भी अवेलेबल नहीं है, बहुत सारे बच्चे अंदर वेट कर रहे हैं, तो इट्स क्वाइट डिफ़िकल्ट फॉर अस टू रन.
पर ये कि अभी तक क्या होगा, बसेस चेंज होंगी या क्या होगा?
अभी तो फ़िलहाल हम रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं हमारे सीएम साहब से कि वो हमारे लिए कुछ अच्छा अरेंजमेंट करें, क्योंकि बसेस की कंडीशन भी स्टेबल नहीं है. सो इट्स सॉर्ट ऑफ डिफ़िकल्ट फॉर अस.
आपका क्या नाम है?
हमारा सादिक.
हमारा. आप भी कश्मीर से?
जी.
तो आप बता सकती हैं कि अब ईरान से वापस अब आ गए हैं, कहीं ना कहीं जो पढ़ाई है वो वहाँ पर छूट रही है, चाहते हैं कि जल्दी से जंग रुके ताकि पढ़ाई पूरी हो?
ऑब्वियसली 100%.
तो चाहते हैं कि वापस जाएं?
हाँ जी.
It's been a week since the Air India flight that crashed in Ahmedabad, claiming over 270 lives. 7 days of death, debris and DNA. Do remember that the DNA testing is continuing. DNA matching is being conducted as far as the victims' bodies are concerned, and many of the bodies have been handed over to the family members, but the process hasn't been completed. And one question that won't go away is that India is asking in regard to what really caused the crash. NDTV tracks, probes and asks questions in regard to the AI-171 that crashed in Ahmedabad. What happened to that flight? What caused the crash of the Air India flight? Has Air India taken a hit as far as its reputation is concerned? From what we do know is that DGCA has cleared the 787 Dreamliner so far, and there is some sort of faith and fortitude as far as the investigation is concerned. This is India's darkest air tragedy, and this is days after the crash that killed over 270 people. Investigators are trying to piece together as to what really went on, what caused that crash. That is the big question that answers could take time. There could be months before we can have answers from that black box, the black box that holds the key to what happened as far as the Mayday call is concerned. What is it that the pilot was assessing of the situation? What did the pilot make of the situation? What was the communication that he had with the rest of the crew, particularly the co-pilot? What was said to the passengers at the time? And can the lone survivor of the crash have any answers that could help piece together the investigation? My colleague Aishwarya has the details.
It's peak a week of Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad, and there are multiple questions that are going in the minds of the family members of the victims that died in this tragic air crash. But on the other side, yes, there have been some progress in regards to the investigations which are going on in regards to what the guidelines have been given by the DGCA or the AAIB in line with the international protocol set by the International Civil Aviation Organization, which is leading the entire investigation. The debris that is there in Ahmedabad, crucial equipments of the aircraft have been found, including the black boxes, the cockpit voice recorder, the data flight recorder, but many things have to be told by the investigative agencies as far as what are the preliminary findings of why this plane ultimately crashed. On one side, yes, there is investigation going on. Yesterday, the Air India had, cut down 15% of their international flights, and the reasoning perhaps given is that there are more precautionary measures, the pre-steps that they are taking, and out of 33, 26 aircraft have cleared the checks, but it is these people, the family members who are the real sufferers, and they are asking real questions as to please tell us who is accountable for this loss of the lives of at least 270, just not on the aircraft, but also those doctors who are studying and was there in their hostels, the locals who are also there. Perhaps, if we talk about the DNA sampling, then till now the data that has been released by the civil hospital authorities is that 206 DNA samples have been matched. Almost 206 families have been contacted by the authorities. More than 165 of the mortal remains have been handed over, and there are elaborate arrangements that have been made for the transportation within Gujarat or outside Gujarat, or even if any family member wants to take the mortal remains abroad, then Air India is completely assisting them. But certainly Ramesh Vishwas Kumar, one of the lone survivor, and currently I am in Diu, where yesterday he came up and he participated in the last rites of his brother, who unfortunately died in this entire incident, and we are at NDTV going to track down the family as well, and certainly what their feelings are after 1 week of how this tragic air crash went on, and what demands these families really have.
Right, thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us those details. And it is the co-pilot of that ill-fated A1, this is the AI-171 crash, flight that crashed in Ahmedabad. He was the first officer or the co-pilot, the 34-year-old life that was cut short. He hails from Mumbai. His last rites will be held in Mumbai today. His mortal remains are expected to be brought at about 10 o'clock from Ahmedabad to Mumbai. His parents are regular members of the church, as was he, and the pastor of the church remembers him very fondly, talking about how he was, extremely nice, and how the pastor was very fond of Clive Kunder as well. Well, Radhika joining us to get us more on this. Radhika, the parents were in Sydney when they learned of the death of their son. They, of course, have been in Ahmedabad over the last many days, and finally now the funeral arrangements have been made for their son.
That's right. I am standing outside Clive's residence in Goregaon. The mortal remains have just reached, and I'm just going to show you the visuals from outside the building. We are not allowed inside, but family and friends have gathered here, as you can see, in large numbers to pay their last respects and tributes to deceased pilot, First Officer Clive. Of course, the mortal remains reached just about 15 to 20 minutes back. It almost took 1 week for the family to receive the mortal remains. They received it last night from the hospital in Ahmedabad, post the DNA examination, sampling and matching. And now, of course, the remains have reached here. And in a bit, the last journey of Clive will start. Yes, his parents were in Australia when this crash happened. They were with Clive's sister sister who settled there. And soon after they heard of the crash, the entire family flew down to Ahmedabad, and they were, of course, waiting there for the last 1 week to receive his body. So very, very disturbing, distressful time for family members here. As you can see, they're gathered in large numbers. We're trying to show as much as possible. We are not allowed to go inside the building, during this somber time. Clive was only 32. In fact, he had joined Air India in 2017. He started his career only in 2011. Of course, he's the first officer. He was the first officer. He had clocked in 1,100 hours of flying, just 400 short of becoming a captain. When we spoke to a few family members some time back, of course, at the moment, we're not able to speak to them. They're not allowing us inside. But in just a bit, we will be able to get a sense of what they're going through. But when we did speak to some of the friends of Clive, they spoke about how he was an ambitious, driven individual, somebody who loved flying, a very devoted son as well. He was unmarried, the only son, and and there is a history of aviation in his family as well. As I show you the visuals here, his parents, his mom, in fact, was a crew member with Air India. She had served with Air India for quite some time, after which, of course, son following footsteps of his mother and serving Air India since 2013. First officer on that Air India 8A1171 that crashed shortly after takeoff in Ahmedabad. Clive was the first officer there. He was assisting Sumit Sabharwal. Clive and Sumit were among the 241 who died in that tragic crash. Of course, as far as Clive is concerned, as I've been saying, yes, he was a driven individual, extremely ambitious, affable is how his friends remember him, all of 32. He, in fact, enrolled in Bombay Flying Club's College of Aviation as well, underwent pilot training in Florida. In fact, he's been flying for the last more than a decade or so, more than 1,100 hours of flying to his credit. He's originally from Mangalore, but a Bombay boy, studied here, grew up here, was in different parts of the city, had been living in Goregaon by himself, parents visiting, of course. But very, very unfortunate, certainly, Clive, on that fateful day, assisting Sumit. What exactly happened inside that cockpit on that day is, of course, a matter of investigation, but certainly a distressful, somber time for family members. They've all gathered here, hundreds of them. We brought you visuals from Sumit Sabharwal's last journey as well, Captain Sumit's last journey just a couple of days back, where hundreds were gathered. And similar scenes here as well. His casket is there, and right next to it, his friends and family members are standing. Of course, rituals will happen under traditional Christian ceremony and rituals. The body will be taken, mortal remains will be taken from his residence to cemetery in Sivri area of Mumbai. There is a possibility that there could be pastors and priests who will arrive here as well. But at the moment, we are able to show you visuals of all the family members who are gathered here. We're not able to go inside the premises. Family want a quiet and somber, last service at this point, which is why we're not being allowed inside. But we can show you the visuals of family members who are gathered here in large numbers to bid farewell to First Officer Clive.
Of course, the co-pilot had 1,100 hours of experience, and like you did mention, the pastor of his particular church, had gone on to mention how humble he was, how down to earth he was, and he would mingle with everyone and also take part in church activities, Radhika. And like you mentioned, all his friends, his peeps are all talking about how affable he really was. But also, Radhika, what's really crucial here is the conversation that took place between Captain Sabharwal and the co-pilot, Clive Kunder, along with other information that's recorded on the black box, and that black box has been recovered because that conversation has been recorded, and that conversation is really going to play a key part as far as investigation is concerned, because there is a lot that's riding on what really went on. There is speculation doing the rounds about mechanical failure, engine failure, but could there be a combination of factors that led to that crash that took place that claimed many lives, including Clive Kunder? Radhika.
Absolutely. You know, black boxes have been recovered, as you mentioned. There is going to be a lot of analysis of the black boxes that will be done in order to determine what exactly transpired on that fateful afternoon, what kind of conversation both the pilots had with each other, what really triggered, that kind of a response from the pilots, or was it engine failure, was it mechanical failure, system failure, or human error? All that is a matter of investigation at this point. But in this distressful period where families are really bidding farewell to several of these victims that also include the pilots who were in control, who were in command of AI-171 on that fateful afternoon. And I am, as I've been mentioning, continuing to report from outside Clive's residence. As you can see, number of family members, friends, colleagues from Air India have been gathered here. Similar scenes we described to you 2 days back when Sumit Sabharwal's funeral services were happening outside his residence as well. Large number of people gathered in shock, in distress, unable to really fathom, what happened. So yes, it is a very, very distressful time for family members. They're not really talking about, what may have happened. What they are going through is a shock at this point. Of course, everybody wants to understand what really triggered this, what really happened on that fateful afternoon, certainly. But at this point, of course, the priority is to give him a respectful farewell. And that is what we are seeing now. Friends and family gathered in large numbers, bidding a tearful farewell to Clive. At 1:32 is when his mortal remains will be transported from his residence in Goregaon to cemetery in Sivri West. Of course, it is, of course, with deep sadness that family members are taking part in the final journey of Clive, just about 32 years old, extremely ambitious, as you've been pointing out. This is what several of his family members, his colleagues, we also managed to speak to some of his teachers from school and from his aviation academy who knew him as an ambitious person, affable person, very cheerful, always disciplined as well. Somebody who was very passionate about flying. He did his aviation course in Florida, after which he joined the industry in 2012 and later became part of Air India as a first officer in 2017, clocking 1,100 hours of flying, 400 short of becoming a captain. He would have been a captain soon enough. Unfortunately, his life was cut short in that tragic crash. Sumit Sabharwal, he was assisting Captain Sumit Sabharwal inside the cockpit on that fateful afternoon. What happened? What exactly transpired in the cockpit on that day is, of course, a matter of investigation. But yes, a tearful farewell for Clive Kunder as we speak.
Right, Radhika, since his school-going days, Clive was passionate about flying with the support of his father and his mother. His mother served as an air hostess in Air India for the past 33 years. He enrolled in Bombay Flying Club's College of Aviation. He underwent airline pilot training, and this was a program also that took place in Paris. So, a life that's been cut short, and one can't help but feel extremely bad because the co-pilot's role is also extremely crucial. And what is the conversation that took place between the co-pilot and the pilot, and that has been recorded in the black box that really holds the key as to what really went on and the kind of efforts that were put in by the crew members, particularly the pilot and the co-pilot, in order to save the flight from nosediving, from crashing and claiming 275 lives. Radhika, we will keep coming back to you for more on that. Let's just get you the latest from Tamil Nadu. And as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, this is a political crossfire with sharp reactions against and the protests against the centre. As far as the DMK is concerned, over the transfer of an archaeologist. This is the archaeologist who was the lead excavator at the Keelari archaeological site near Madurai in the state. Now, he was the director of that survey, and he has been transferred to a post in Noida against the backdrop of the confrontation over his report on the excavations. Is the Chief Minister who has slammed the centre, saying that the protests will continue till the centre and the opposition has gone ahead. And, let's just get you all the details that are coming in regard to what is it that Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has said about how he has been asked as far as the hurdles are concerned in this particular situation. We have my colleague Sam Daniel joining us. Sam, take us through the very latest in this situation as to why is it that this archaeologist was transferred, and what are the demands that are really being made by the government and the opposition?
There are two significant developments with regard to the excavations along the banks of river Vaigai in southern Tamil Nadu, Sivaganga district. This excavation was led by Mr. Amarnath Ramakrishna from the Archaeological Survey of India as the Director of Antiquity. And his reports with backing scientific validation from central labs both in India, in Noida, Bengaluru, and from internationally from Florida and an Italian lab have established this to be at least 2060 years old. And this technically advances or predates the history of Tamil that much. And after 2 years of submission, the central government recently turned down this report, seeking more scientific evidence and also asking for more corrections, which this particular officer, archaeologist and excavator, had reportedly denied. And a few days ago, he was also transferred. It's in this context, the ruling DMK and allies, particularly the DMK student wing, had held a massive protest in Madurai, saying that the center, the BJP in this case, is having so much of hatred towards Tamil that it refuses to acknowledge the antiquity of Tamil and Tamil culture, so much so that the Prime Minister has not even tweeted about this, and now they are trying to push what he calls as Saraswati civilization without any iota of evidence, unlike this particular case which has been scientifically validated. And the centre has denied these allegations, saying that we accept the antiquity of Tamil, the ancientness of Tamil, but this requires more scientific validation to be accepted internationally. And Union Minister of Culture Shekhawat has said once more scientific evidences come, then we'll be able to take a call on this. But in the present form, he says one particular finding alone cannot be changing the direction of history. The significance of this finding, Divya, is that this excavation reveals a thriving urbanized civilization more than 2,000 years old, years ago, on the banks of river Vaigai. And now with elections a year away, this has also become political, with the ruling DMK and Chief Minister M.K. Stalin targeting both the BJP at the centre and its ally in Tamil Nadu, the AIADMK, which has so far not responded to these developments.
Right. Thank you so much, Sam, for joining us with those details. With that, let's just switch tracks now to Karnataka. It is Amul that won that global tender for kiosks at 10 metro stations. The BJP went berserk as far as the state government is concerned, demanding why the state's very own Nandini, the homegrown brand, wasn't the priority partner to set up those kiosks. So the state government has clarified that Amul had bid for the tender, and that was the only company that bid for the tender, and which is why now they did not give preference to any other brand, because no other brand had in fact bid. This is what the government has gone on to say. But DK Shivkumar has jumped in, and of course this as the opposition is coming down heavily on the government, the Deputy Chief Minister's instructions have come in following criticism from the BJP as well as the JDS leaders, who accuse the Congress-led government of hypocrisy, recalling its Save Nandini campaign during the run-up to the assembly elections. Now the action that is being taken is that DK Shivkumar has directed the Karnataka Milk Federation to open 8 Nandini outlets in metro stations, and instructed the Bengaluru Metro Rail Corporation Limited not to provide any more space as far as Amul's outlets are concerned. My colleague Deepak has the details.
Politicians in Karnataka are once again out there to milk the controversy surrounding Nandini and Amul. We're standing at a kiosk outside the Swami Vivekananda metro station here. This is a kiosk, of course, that Amul got through a tender process. Similarly, of course, the BMRCL announced that 10 different kiosks like this by Amul will be set up in different metro stations in Bengaluru. While this announcement has come in, we should note that immediately the JDS and the BJP have accused the Congress of favoring Amul, a brand once the Congress itself tried to slam and said that the BJP was anti-Nandini. They started a campaign in 2023 during the state election saying they should save Nandini from the BJP because they were trying to not protect the interests of the farmers, not protect a local homegrown brand, but instead back Nandini, which was from Gujarat. While all of this, of course, is being said, Mr. D.K. Shukmar has come out with a clarification that right now 2 kiosks by Amul have been opened. However, he will instruct KMF to go ahead and now bid in the tender process and ensure that 8 kiosks of Nandini are set up in the metro stations. But the bigger question here is, when the tender process was open, if the KMF didn't bid in the first place, is it actually a viable option for them? If it is not a viable option because of the political pressure, is it okay to just set up these shops which may not actually generate enough revenue? These are questions that remain even as the politics over the matter continues to peak. With media journalist Govind, this is Deepak Bopana for NDTV.
Thank you so much, Deepak, for getting us those details. And in other news, let's switch tracks, and this is in regard to the water war that's reignited between Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. The Chief Minister of Telangana plans to lead a delegation to the national capital to meet with the Union Water Resources Minister C.R. Patil. The aim is to convey the unanimous resolution taken by all parties from Telangana to demand an immediate stop to the project. We are talking about the Polavaram Banka Cherala link project, and taking strong objection to the project proposed by the Andhra Pradesh government. The government in Telangana has said that the project of the neighbouring state is in gross violation of existing norms and will adversely affect the interests of the state. Uma joining us to get us the very latest. Uma, the government of Telangana going to be taking up this matter with the Water Resources Minister here in the national capital.
States with Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu very aggressively pursuing the Bankacherla project itself and trying to ensure that about 80 lakh people get drinking water and 7.5 lakh acres of land is irrigated in the very drought-prone Rayalaseema region. Telangana, however, has objected, saying that their interests are being compromised, and Revanth Reddy, in fact, threw a challenge to Chandrababu Naidu, saying that you're part of the NDA, so therefore the Prime Minister may listen to you, but that doesn't mean that you will get all the clearances from the multiple agencies from which you must get the clearance, whether it's the Central Water Commission or the Environment Ministry or even the Finance Ministry. The second part of it is he also says that if Andhra Pradesh is claiming that they are going to be using only the excess waters from the Godavari, then why has Andhra Pradesh put so many restrictions or legal cases on the ongoing projects and proposed projects on the Godavari that were only going to use the 968 TMC that's already been allocated to Telangana, and therefore he's saying you allow those that water to come to Telangana, give an NOC for all those projects, and then you're free to use the excess waters that come in. So the fight is not just between Andhra Pradesh and Telangana at one level. Second is also Revanth Reddy targeting the former Chief Minister KCR, because the BRS has been saying that Revanth Reddy has been unable to protect Telangana's interest vis-a-vis Andhra Pradesh and has not been able to protect the waters that should rightfully come to Telangana, and therefore Revanth Reddy put out minutes of meetings, Apex Council meeting that happened in 2016, meeting between Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister KCR and Jagan Mohan Reddy in 2019, all of which seem to suggest that KCR had in fact offered the excess waters of the Godavari to Rayalaseema region of Andhra Pradesh and acting like the big brother, and therefore he is saying that it is KCR and then her irrigation minister Harish Rao who are to blame for the waters being offered to Andhra Pradesh, and therefore Chandrababu Naidu now claiming that as something that Andhra Pradesh should get, and now they have now said that they are going to oppose this tooth and nail legally, politically, and also the People's Court.
Right, thank you so much, Uma, for joining us with those details. Let's get you the latest when it comes to the Honeymoon murder that took place in Meghalaya. All the 5 accused in the death of the murder of Raja Raghuvanshi will be presented in the District and Sessions Court in Shillong today as 8 days of their police custody gets over. Now, the investigation's focus has shifted to Indore, where a new name has cropped up in the investigation. We're talking about Sonam Raghuvanshi, who spoke to a man called Sanjay Verma over 100 times over a span of 25 days. Between the 1st of March to the 25th of March is when Sonam Raghuvanshi was in constant touch. She made 119 calls to Sanjay Verma. Let's just get in my colleague Ratnadeep to get us the very latest. Ratnadeep, the focus right now is for the police to have the custody of all accused in the case. And it's quite a watertight case because of the kind of revelations that have come to fore. There was a video yesterday showing that white bag with Raja Raghuvanshi while leaving the hotel. This was actually leaving his residence before he left for his honeymoon. So, you know, there's a lot of evidence that is emerging, including the second murder weapon that was recovered just yesterday from the scene of the crime.
That's right, and all these evidences which have come out either during the interrogation or the new CCTV footages or the social media footages, as well as the investigation which is going on in Indore and the crime scene reconstruction. All these evidences will be placed in the court today, and on the basis of this, the police will ask for further extension of the remand of Sonam Raghuvanshi, Raj Kushwaha, and the 3 other assailants. And the police is of the opinion that since another team of Meghalaya SIT is investigating in Indore, they have already questioned Sonam's family member. They have to question a few other people who are in their questioning list. They would also have to look into the contact details of Raj Kushwaha. So therefore, these people who have been arrested, including Sonam, needs to be in police remand so that police can corroborate the information they would be getting from Indore and further taking the investigation further. Also, the police is looking for the 2 phones of Sonam Raghuvanshi, which Sonam claims to have been destroyed, but police feels that Sonam was using another SIM card and another phone to stay in touch with Raj Kushwaha, at least until she surfaced at Ghazipur. So those corroboration needs to be done. Also, the fact that on Sanjay Verma, Meghalaya police has given us to understand that they feel that Sanjay Verma and Raj Kushwaha could have been the same person, and therefore a back-end check on this is also being done.
Thank you so much, Ratnadeep, for getting us those details. All eyes on that crucial hearing coming up. As far as this is the request of remand that the police is demanding, the Meghalaya police demanding, and that's going to be taken up in the court in Shillong today. Moving on now to get you the very latest, and this is in regard to the assembly bypolls for 5 seats spread across 4 states that are going to be held today. They hold importance because they're the first polls post Operation Sindoor and also crucial tests for the incumbent governments across these states. We're talking about West Bengal, Kerala, Gujarat, along with Punjab. Punjab, where despite having fought the 224 general elections in an alliance, now the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress are pitted against each other in this very crucial contest. My colleague Gurpreet has the details.
Bypoll which is happening in the state of Punjab, it has a lot of importance because this is the crucial election which is happening at this point of time. We have seen this has been decided after demise of Aam Aadmi Party MLA, and after that they have decided to hold this bypoll. So some of the voters, they are with us, we will talk to them. So ma'am, what are the main issues you are looking forward for the solution of the problems?
See, जो काम होना चाहिए था वो ऑलरेडी हो रहा है हमारे शहर में, और जो दिख रहा है, इस समय तक मच्छरों का बुरा हाल होता था, डेंगू होता था, लेकिन कहीं पे भी पानी नहीं खड़ा हुआ। फ्यूमिगेशन मार्च से चल रही है, इसलिए बिल्कुल साफ़ सुथरा एनवायरनमेंट है। सारे सीवेजेस पहले ही साफ़ कर दिए गए हैं। जो कैंडिडेट्स काम कर रहे हैं वो काम दिख रहा है, तो ऑब्वियसली द बेस्ट कैंडिडेट विल विन, जिसका काम हमारे को।
Can we say development is one of the major issue which is
there is no other thing more important than that. There is nothing more important. And when we say development means everything. Maybe for women empowerment, maybe for taking care of laborers, maybe for taking care of downtrodden, maybe taking care of disabled, any whatever way. What is development? Development सिर्फ सड़क बनाना नहीं होता. Development is all over.
So you are choosing your candidate who will give a better development.
Definitely, everyone should.
Development in terms of improvement of the state backward हो गया है because का इसमें revenue इतना low हो गया है कि अपने routine खर्चे भी नहीं meet कर पाते. So इतने investment लेके आने ली कि बहुत बढ़िया candidate चाहिए था जिरा investment लिया सके बाहरों और नवे और इतो बाहर भी ना जावे जिरा industrialist है बाहर करता है जिरी development बाहर expansion करता है वो पंजाब ची करे.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Gensol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Chaghi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24x7.
Why was there a hurry? Was it the government that was in a hurry?
I don't want to blame anyone.
Joining us today here in the NDTV newsroom.
The government cannot walk away from this responsibility.
Cricket is region of sort in this country.
Would you like to comment on what happened?
What is the condition of the injured at this point? How many people died?
What exactly happened? You have lost your daughter.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24x7.
As the Iran-Israel war escalates.
Let's go across to Mumbai, where the last rites are going to be held of the co-pilot of the ill-fated flight AI-171. Radhika joining us to get us the latest on the family members that have gathered at the residence of Clive Kunder, a 34-year-old young pilot whose life has been cut short in that tragedy that took place in Ahmedabad. The family members, that's the parents, were in Sydney at the time when they learned of the demise of their young son. Radhika joining us to get us the latest. Radhika, such a beautiful picture of Clive Kunder on our screen at the moment, showing how young and, from what we're hearing from his family and friends is about his nature, how affable he was, how down to earth, how grounded, and how he would take upon the responsibilities of the church and how he would want to help everyone around. And that is something that, of course, is what he's going to be remembered by. Take us through what's happening at his residence. What time are the last rites are going to be held?
That's right, mortal remains of Clive have reached his residence, and yes, as we speak, his final journey has begun. I'm going to show you the visuals from outside his residence, where friends and family members have gathered in large numbers. As you can see, there is music, instruments being played right next to his casket. Of course, Clive's funeral will take place in just a bit. At about 2:30 p.m. is when the body will be transported to a cemetery nearby. Just about some time back, we were listening to the instruments that are played right next to the casket of Clive's brass instruments, trumpet, drums being played in low, mournful notes. In fact, of course, that was echoing the themes of farewell and dignity. Of course, it was a traditional cultural ceremony that we witnessed for the last 10 to 15 minutes. And as you can see in those visuals, Clive's casket is right at the lobby of his residence, and a large number of friends and family gathered, teary-eyed, of course, and there will be tribute pouring for him. Friends and family members will be speaking as well. We're not allowed inside, unfortunately. They want this to be a quiet and somber moment for family members and not really make it a public display, which is why we've been asked to stay outside. But we are trying to give you as many visuals as possible from this ceremony, this final journey of Clive's that is taking place in his residence in Goregaon. In fact, as we've been pointing out, when we spoke to some of the family members and friends over the last few days, they've been remembering Clive as a very affable individual, somebody who was driven, somebody who was passionate about flying. He had started his career in 2012, and in 2017 is when he joined Air India as a first officer. He marked 1,100 flying hours and just 400 short of becoming a captain. He would have been a captain soon enough, but before that his life was unfortunately cut short. And his family has a history in aviation. His mother served in Air India for many years as a crew member. A son really following suit and serving Air India as well, but met with this unfortunate tragedy a few days back. Family, in fact his parents were in Australia when this tragic crash happened. They were with their daughter. Clive survived by his parents and his sister. Now, as soon as they heard of the tragedy, the parents came flying down to Ahmedabad. They had to wait for 1 long week, Divya, to get hold of his mortal remains, as DNA sampling and matching had to happen. It was just yesterday that DNA matching finally happened and the body was handed over to his parents, who were waiting for the last 1 week for his mortal remains, and now it got transported just this morning. It arrived here, and friends and family members gathered in huge numbers to pay their last rites, last respects and tributes to Clive. And just some time back there were tributes pouring for him in the form of rhythm of drums beginning to sort of echo here, and now of course it has stopped. Now we believe that family members will be speaking in a bit as well. So yes, it is a very, very sorrowful moment, no doubt about it. He was assisting Captain Sumit Sabharwal on that day. What exactly happened inside the cockpit? What led to this tragic crash soon after takeoff? All this is a matter of investigation. But certainly these two individuals tried their best to save lives, but couldn't do so and crashed into that building. Both Sumit Sabharwal and Clive Kunder sacrificing their lives on that fateful afternoon. But now what we are showing you are the visuals of Clive's final journey. It is happening in Goregaon at his residence where he had been staying for quite some time. Clive was a Mumbai boy. He studied here. He then went to complete his aviation education from Florida. Devout Christian is what a lot of these people say. Was very regular at church in Kalina and other parts of Mumbai as well. Again, we're continuing to show you visuals from here. Those are the instruments, drums and trumpet are playing low, mournful notes. Of course, it is profound. Certainly, this is certainly a very, very tragic and haunting moment for family members. And also these instruments are a powerful tribute that certainly transcends words in itself. So those are the visuals here, very, very powerful, very, very tragic, and family members are gathered here. We will try and of course get in some word from people who've gathered here. We're trying to speak to a few people, but yeah, they're not in a position to talk at this point because they don't want to really disturb this ceremony and rituals that are going on at this point. We did try and speak to a few of the relatives here, but they said that perhaps after the funeral is when they will be in a position to talk. But these are the live visuals from outside Clive's residence, and what you're seeing here are powerful visuals of Clive's last journey at his residence.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
From the echo of the Trump tariffs to the geopolitical tensions in West Asia, and on the sidelines, a possible thaw in the frosty relations between India and Canada. I will bring you all the latest updates from the Kananaskis G7 Summit. NDTV, live from the G7 Summit in Canada.
often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution.
Air India Flight 171 co-pilot's final journey today. Clive Kunder was just 34 and had already logged over 1,100 hours of flight time. One week after the tragic Air India crash, India mourns over 270 people who died. This as Air India cuts 15% international flights after the crash. In the Honeymoon murder, the accused is to be produced in court. The Meghalaya police is to seek further remand. Politics over Killary excavation in Tamil Nadu. Stalin slams the centre over the transfer of the archaeologist. The ASI says the transfer is for administrative reasons. Canada's own intelligence security has confirmed what New Delhi has long maintained, that Canada has become a safe haven for promoting violence. US President Donald Trump has said he hasn't decided whether to join Israel in striking Iran after Tehran's leader declared he would never surrender following nearly a week of conflict. Trump says, "I may do it, I may not do it." A group of 110 Indian students who were stranded in Iran and evacuated have landed back home in Delhi. A majority of them are from Jammu and Kashmir. It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24x7. One of the young lives lost in the ill-fated AI-171 crash was that of First Officer Clive Kunder. The 34-year-old young co-pilot is from Mumbai and his last rites will be held today. In fact, Radhika Ramaswamy has been tracking all the finer developments. She's currently joining us live with quick updates from Ground Zero. Radhika, take us through what you're seeing at the moment. What's the atmosphere in Mumbai?
That's right, Parmeshwar. This is, of course, a very, very sorrowful moment for Clive's friends and family members. They're all gathered in large numbers. I'm going to show you the visuals of Clive's final journey. Drums and trumpets playing around his mortal remains is what we are seeing right now. Prayers being performed. Drums playing slowly and softly as a tribute to Clive. Of course, the music is gentle and full of emotions, People are standing quietly, listening. The sound of instruments really filling the air at this point, and Clive's mortal remains kept at the lobby, and people are paying their tributes, flowers being placed gently on the coffin as a final gesture of love and respect. And one after the other, people are stepping forward to bid their goodbye to Clive. Hundreds of friends and family members are gathered here. This is certainly a very distressful time for them. A young life cut short. To talk about Clive, yes, he was the first officer of this fateful airline AI-171. He had clocked 1,100 hours of flying, just 400 short of being a captain. 2012 is when he started his career. 2017 is when he joined Air India. He was assisting Captain Sumit Sabharwal in this particular flight. What exactly transpired inside the cockpit is, of course, a matter of investigation. But certainly for family members of all those who lost their loved ones, all 241 of them, it is a tragic moment. Over the last few weeks, we've been showing you visuals of the final goodbyes of the victims. And of these 241 people who died include Captain Sumit Sabharwal and First Officer Clive, both of them from the city of Mumbai. Clive lived in Goregaon. He was a Mumbai boy. Although from origins from Bangalore, he lived and studied in Mumbai, and then of course finished his aviation studies from Florida, joining the industry in 2012, and really known as somebody who's very passionate about flying, a very dedicated son as well, somebody who was affable. You can see, you know, the number of people who gathered here, bidding farewell to him is a testament to the person that he was. So these are the scenes from outside Clive's residence, where the final rites are taking place as we speak. Of course, this is marked by haunting, soulful live music, instruments being played here, drums and trumpets are powerful tributes that obviously transcend words. That's what you're seeing. This is, of course, part of the Christian tradition. In some time, a priest will also make his presence here. After a couple of hours is when his mortal remains will be taken away from his residence to a cemetery close by. So yes, mourners gathered in quiet reverence here, and steady rhythm of drums are echoing this entire space. So yes, this is a fitting tribute to the man, to the first officer who sacrificed his lives for people, for the nation, and of course all the family members gathered here in silence. This is a somber moment for people who were close to him, the near and dear ones. So yes, we are bringing you live visuals from outside Clive's residence. This is marked by, musical tributes, as well as people really paying their tributes through words. Some of them also spoke about Clive just a while ago. Unfortunately, though, we're not being allowed inside the premises, as family wants it to be a quiet affair. So we're giving you these visuals from outside the premise, where his mortal remains have been kept at the lobby, and soon enough it will reach the cemetery nearby, where the final rites will take place under the Christian rituals and ceremonies. So yes, these are the final moments of Clive as we speak. He's of course survived by his parents, mother, father, and also his sister. Mother also was associated with Air India for quite some time. She was a crew member. Son following her footsteps and becoming a first officer, logging in 1,100 hours of flying in a matter of a few years. Just a few hours short of becoming a captain. Somebody who was extremely ambitious, driven and affable, always wanted to become a pilot, became one, was part of the flying club in Mumbai as well, learnt took that airline pilot training program in Florida with the support of his parents. And unfortunately, though, he met with his tragic crash. He was assisting Sumit Sabharwal in that fateful airliner just a few weeks back. For 1 week, the family had to wait for Clive's mortal remains at that hospital in Ahmedabad. They couldn't really they were not handed over the body soon enough, as there were complications with respect to DNA matching and DNA analysis. That took time, and it was of course a grueling wait for family members, no doubt about it. And just last night is when they were handed over the body, and then the mortal remains reaching Mumbai this morning. And as soon as it reached the city, his mortal remains being taken to the lobby of his residence, where a large number of family members are gathered to pay their final respects, after which the mortal remains will go back to his residence. It will be a quiet moment for the family members, after which the last rites will take place in a cemetery nearby.
We do know that he had logged over 1,100 hours of flight time, as you are emphasizing as well. He was just 34 years old. How is his aviation legacy being remembered within Air India and also among young pilots today?
You know, Parmeshwar, when we speak to people who've been gathering outside the residence, inside the residence of many of the pilots, I mean, especially Sumit and Clive, whenever we speak to them, they speak about their passion for flying, right? How they were dedicated, passionate individuals when it came to their work, how they were disciplined pilots. That's how all of their friends remember both Sumit and Clive as very passionate pilots, extremely disciplined, affable, calm, composed, and therefore it is extremely unfathomable for family members to really believe that, you know, something like this could have happened to them. Clive was just 32. He was unmarried, survived by just his parents. Somebody who was very affable, social, was part of church services very regularly in the residence, in the place where he stayed previously, which was near Santa Cruz East. And also when, you know, if you were to speak about Sumit, he was also a very calm, composed individual with also veteran. So it obviously, when we speak to people, they are left with no words to describe what these two people really meant for aviation and how they really a sort of personified loyalty and dedication towards Air India and towards flying. So that's what people talk about when we ask them about their persona, about their professionalism. Both of them extremely thoroughly professional is something most of the family, friends and colleagues have told us, which is why this is a huge, huge loss for the family members and of course for the aviation industry itself. You can see people, young and old, gathered in large numbers next to the coffin. They are paying their tributes, laying flowers, speaking about this man with each other. There's music, soulful music being played right next to his mortal remain as well. Everybody gathered in silence. Prayers, of course, spoken with care. Music continuing softly as we speak. And flowers being placed gently on the coffin. These are all, of course, acts of love, gestures of love and respect, and people really stepping forward to say goodbye to Clive as we speak. Similar scenes we showed you from Sumit's residence as well, when people were paying their final tributes to Captain Sumit Sabharwal. And these scenes that you're seeing on your screens are very, very similar. Clive's final journey, filled with a lot of love, respect and peace. One of the reasons why they didn't want...
As my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy is reporting from Ground Zero, a very dedicated son, a passionate pilot. He's being remembered as affable, calm and composed. And as you know, with black box data still under examination, the answers that Clive Kunder's family and India's aviation community still need are currently under probe. But it's been 1 week since the tragedy struck, since at least 270 lives were lost in the horrifying crash of this Air India flight. And today, even as loved ones wait for answers, India waits with them. Less than 40 seconds, that's how long the Boeing 787 Dreamliner was in the air before it nosedived in Ahmedabad. It's been a week since this crash. The big questions still remain. Listen in to Aishwarya Jain's report.
Let's speak a week of Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad, and there are multiple questions that are going in the minds of the family members of the victims that died in this tragic air crash. But on the other side, yes, there have been some progress in regards to the investigations which are going on in regards to what the guidelines have been given by the DGCA or the AAIB in line with the international protocol set by the International Civil Aviation Organization, which is leading the entire investigation. The debris that is there in Ahmedabad, crucial equipments of the aircraft have been found including the black boxes, the cockpit voice recorder, the data flight recorder, but many things have to be told by the investigative agencies as far as what are the preliminary findings of why this plane ultimately crashed. On one side, yes, there is investigation going on. Yesterday, the Air India had, cut down 15% of their international flights, and the reasoning perhaps given is that there are more precautionary measures, the pre-steps that they are taking, and out of 33, 26 aircraft have cleared the checks, but it is these people, the family members who are the real sufferers, and they are asking real questions as to please tell us who is accountable for this loss of the lives of at least 270, just not on the aircraft, but also those doctors who are studying and was there in their hostels, the locals who are also there. Perhaps, if we talk about the DNA sampling, then till now the data that has been released by the civil hospital authorities is that 206 DNA samples have been matched. Almost 206 families have been contacted by the authorities. More than 165 of the mortal remains have been handed over, and there are elaborate arrangements that have been made for the transportation within Gujarat or outside Gujarat, or even if any family member wants to take the mortal remains abroad, then Air India is completely assisting them. But certainly Ramesh Vishwas Kumar, one of the lone survivor, and currently I am in Diu, where yesterday he came up and he participated in the last rites of his brother, who unfortunately died in this entire incident, and we are at NDTV going to track down the family as well, and certainly what their feelings are after 1 week of how this tragic air crash went on, and what demands these families really have.
Well, the big questions remain with no clear answers at this stage. What precisely caused the crash? Was it a rare but catastrophic dual-engine failure? Let's just go across to Divya, who joins us with the 10 unanswered questions at this stage.
Right, Parmeshwar, India continues to ask what really went down, what caused the crash. Those are unanswered questions that need to be answered. What precisely caused that AI-171 flight, which had 242 people on board that crash? The only person who survived was that person who is in view, who actually has, conducted the last rites of his brother, who was also on that flight. But 241 people, including crew members, who died on that flight. There were other victims as well. 275 people precisely have died. So what really precisely caused the crash? How long will it take for the authorities to know what really happened? Was it a dual engine failure? Those are the kind of questions that are being asked. Were there multiple factors involved? That is something that is being probed by international agencies as well, whether they're agencies from the United Kingdom or the United States, and also the Boeing team that is at the crash site, collecting data in order to determine as to what really went wrong with that ill-fated flight. What was in the pilot's Mayday message is also the big question in regard to that Mayday call that was made. Do remember that from what we're hearing is in that Mayday call was that the pilot lost thrust, the flight lost thrust, and therefore the flight couldn't even make that takeoff. They did take off, but it was only for 42 seconds and then started to nosedive because they just could not take off from there on. That it was at about 650 feet is when the flight started to nosedive before it crashed in Ahmedabad on top of that hostel. How soon will the preliminary the findings as far as a preliminary report is concerned? The initial reports, the initial investigation, how long will that take? We don't know that. From what we're hearing from the authorities, from our sources, is that this could take up to months. But there will be answers that will start to emerge within weeks, is what the families and the people in the country are really hoping for. Can the sole survivor, the only person in view, can he really provide some sort of answers as to what really happened during those 42 seconds? Can he recall? Can he come up with some sort of answers? Does he really have some sort of key in order to piece together the investigation before the final report from the black box does come out? Do remember, both the components of the black box have been recovered, which of course does have that conversation that took place place between the pilot, the co-pilot, and perhaps other crew members. Perhaps the pilot had a message for the passengers on board. Was anything whether it was in regard to the kind of failure, the kind of mishap that took place at the time? Was the pilot able to communicate that to the crew members, particularly the co-pilot? To remember that his last rites are being held in Mumbai as we speak. Fuel contamination is something that's also being probed. We will be looking into other matters, other angles as to what really could have gone wrong. Is anything wrong with the 787 fleet of the airlines? Well, the DGCA has gone on to say that nothing's wrong. They've given a clean chit so far in the investigation. How are the teams that are, as far as the data collection is concerned, whether it's the Boeing team or the NTSB, are they really contributing to the probe, and how are they going to be able to help in the investigation are some of the questions that are being asked. But more importantly, has Air India's reputation taken a hit? We do know 15% of the flights of Air India have at the moment been grounded. This is the latest that we have for you. But of course, as far as the Dreamliner is concerned, as far as the Boeing is concerned, the reputation was on the line before this crash took place. But what about the reputation of Air India? All those questions need to be answered, and India continues to really want to know as to what went down, what went wrong, what really caused that very crash. Parmeshwar, over to you.
Well, we have breaking news coming in currently regarding new rules that have been issued by the Civil Aviation Ministry. A week after the Air India crash in Gujarat's Ahmedabad, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has released new draft rules to tighten control over structures that pose a risk to aircraft safety. Now, this draft, it's titled Aircraft Demolition of Obstructions Rules 2025. It was issued on the 18th of June, and it will come into force once published officially. The rules, though, aim to give authorities the power to take prompt action against buildings and trees that exceed height limits in designated aerodrome zones. This is seen as a proactive step to prevent potential accidents caused by obstructions in flight paths. This is the latest breaking news we're tracking on NDTV at the moment. The Civil Aviation Ministry has issued new draft rules to demolish obstructions near airports after the AI 787 crash when that took place. Aishwarya Jain is tracking the latest for us. He joins us with further clarity regarding this breaking news information coming in. Aishwarya, so the new rules to demolish obstructions near airports, when do these new rules come into force? We're given to understand that these are draft regulations.
Well, that's right. There's a massive step taken by the Civil Aviation Ministry. In fact, the draft titled Aircraft Demolition of Obstruction Rules 2025 was issued on June 18th and will come to force once published in the official gazette. We are learning that these rules aim to give authorities more power to take prompt action against buildings and trees that exceed the height limits in designated aerodrome zones. In several places across the country, there are such structures and buildings that are being built within that perimeter of the airport, and this is seen as a proactive step to prevent potential accidents caused by obstructions in flight paths as well. Remember, in the Gujarat air crash, it was the Air India which went down first. That gone inside the tree, and then finally that went down to impact the entire coastal area, which was just 1.5 kilometers away from the air path of the aircraft. So a week after this, a massive decision has been taken by the Civil Aviation Ministry, and these new rules certainly will tighten control over structures that are posed to risk of the aircraft safety.
Aishwarya for joining us with the latest details and also clarifying the latest information. Well, a week after this tragic Air India plane crash, the brother of Manish Babu has raised serious questions about the lack of accountability. He has asked why, even after 7 days, the reason behind this tragic crash has not been made public. In fact, speaking to NDTV from Diu, he said, "Why has no one been held responsible yet? Why don't we know what caused the crash?" Manish Babu, originally from Diu, was working at a food factory in the United Kingdom. He is survived by his wife, a son and a daughter. His sudden death, as you can imagine, has left the entire family shattered. NDTV brings you this ground report from Diu, where grief is slowly giving way to anger.
Well, there was a group of 15 people from Diu, including Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, who was traveling by Air India flight to London, and 14 of them died. Currently, I'm reporting from Diu, and one of the passengers, Manish Babu, also died in this tragic airplane crash. His brother, Vishwesh, who used to live in United Kingdom itself, has come back to India for the last rites of मनीष. एक हफ्ता आज पूरा हो चुका है इस एक्सीडेंट को, और काफ़ी सवाल हैं लोगों के मनों में कि आखिर ऐसा प्लेन क्रैश हुआ क्यों. आप लोग क्या सोचते हैं एक हफ्ते के बाद, किस तरीके के मन में सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं?
सवाल तो बहुत सारे होते हैं, लेकिन कुदरत के जो नियम होते हैं, कुदरत ने हमारे ऊपर क्या लिखा है वो हमें पता नहीं है. तो प्रश्न ये है कि प्लेन दुर्घटना कैसे हुई, क्यों हुई, किस तरह से हुई, ये सब सवाल है.
क्या था मनीष के फैमिली में, कौन कौन लोग सरवाइव कर रहे हैं अभी, पर वो क्या करते थे?
लेस्टर में मेरे जो बड़े भैया है वो फूड फैक्ट्री में काम करते थे. उनके परिवार में उनकी पत्नी और एक 7 साल का बेटा और 11 साल की बेटी है.
So there are many questions in the minds of Vishwesh, his brother, younger brother, who came for the last rites of his brother Manish Babu, who died in this tragic attack. Who is responsible? Why flight gone down? And after 1 week, they are asking for these questions. They have lost their family member, their loved one, who used to take care of the entire family back in United Kingdom, and they came back to India just because of the reason that they wanted to take care of the family because their father died just few weeks before. But a tragic loss, but questions in their minds as well. This is Aishwarya for NDTV in Diu.
In other news, all the 5 accused in the Indore businessman Raja Raghuvanshi murder case will be presented in the District and Sessions Court in Shillong today, as 8 days of their police custody are now over. The investigation focus has now shifted to Indore, where a new name cropped up in the investigation. 119 calls were made by Sonam Raghuvanshi to a gentleman named Sanjay Verma, but cops now claim this person could be the same as the main accused, Raj Kushwaha. Let's go across to Ratnadeep for further details.
That's right, and all these evidences which have come out either during the interrogation or the new CCTV footages or the social media footages, as well as the investigation which is going on in Indore and the crime scene reconstruction. All these evidences will be placed in the court today, and on the basis of this, the police will ask for further extension of the remand of Sonam Raghuvanshi, Raj Kushwaha, and the 3 other assailants. And the police is of the opinion that since another team of Meghalaya SIT is investigating in Indore, they have already questioned Sonam's family member. They have to question a few other people who are in their questioning list. They would also have to look into the contact details of Raj Kushwaha. So therefore, these people who have been arrested, including Sonam, needs to be in police remand so that police can corroborate the information they would be getting from Indore and further taking the investigation further. Also, police is looking for the 2 phones of Sonam Raghuvanshi, which Sonam claims to have been destroyed, but police feels that Sonam was using another SIM card and another phone to stay in touch with Raj Kushwaha, at least until she surfaced at Ghazipur. So those corroboration needs to be done. Also, the fact that on Sanjay Verma, Meghalaya police has given us to understand that they feel that Sanjay Verma and Raj Kushwaha could have been the same person, and therefore a back-end check on this is also being done.
We'll keep tracking the latest developments for you. For now, we're slipping into a very quick commercial break. Back in a moment with much more. Do stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24x7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Gensol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong,
right.
And transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Chaghi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate,
Breaking news we're tracking at the moment. India is likely to send the black box of the crashed Air India Boeing 787 aircraft to the United States for further analysis. The recorder sustained heavy external damage from post-crash fire, making it impossible to extract data in India, is what some reports highlight. Now, the black box is likely to be sent to the National Safety Transport Board's laboratory in Washington for analysis. For further clarity, let's go across to my colleague Vasudha Venugopal, who's been tracking all the finer developments. Vasudha, we're given to understand that the government will take the final call as far as this matter is concerned of sending the black box to America?
Absolutely. The ministry is expected to take a final call on this. What we understand right now from our sources is the black box of the crashed Air India Boeing 787 aircraft has been found to have sustained a lot of damage, and this is because of the external crash that occurred, and which is why there is an expectation that it could also be sent to labs in Washington. Before, of course, this is a decision that the government will have to make. Remember that we already have an AAIB, which is the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, which is looking into this accident, and it is also equipped with a lot of facilities to understand what really happened. And just for the benefit of our viewers, the black box is a critical piece of evidence to piece together what really happened and also reconstruct what went wrong. And it also not just has the flight data recorder, which is called the FDR, which captures very important parameters of the flight. It also has a cockpit voice recorder, which also, of course, will tell us a little bit about pilot conversations and what really happened in the cockpit and give us digital cues to understand what went wrong. This is a crucial piece of evidence. And now what we understand, because of the crash, the impact of the crash, the black box has sustained several damage, and to fix all of that, it could be headed to the United States of America for better forensics. But what we understand is that a final call will be taken by ministry very soon.
As always, Vasudha, thank you so much for joining us with the latest information coming in. As Vasudha Venugopal is reporting, the government is expected to take the final call on the matter, but the recorder has received severe external damages that has made it difficult for the local investigators to extract data. Whether or not it will head to America for further analysis, that's something the government is likely to take a final call on. Right, I'm told Ankit Tyagi is also with us, tracking the latest as far as the black box recovery and it being sent to the US for further analysis is concerned. Ankit, at this point, we're given to understand that the probe is still on to clarify what caused the crash, but sources indicating that the black box may be sent abroad. Vasudha has also shared these details.
That will be an important step if the government does decide to send the black box abroad. But since everybody is talking about initial assessment and it's very critical because already Air India is cutting down on its wide body aircraft by 15%. So the expectation is that there should be some clarity on what had happened, at least an initial assessment, which should come quickly. But the point that remains at this moment is that if the black box is sent abroad, it also delays the process. Now, remember, the black box was found after 28 hours of this crash. It was found on the very rooftop of that mess where the aircraft had lodged itself. And the tail of the aircraft, the black box usually is, in fact, near the tail of the aircraft. And this is where the black box was found. Now, as soon as the impact took place, there was extensive damage. We also saw the visuals of that massive inferno that ensued right after the accident took place. And though the black box is in a contained shell, in a titanium or a stainless steel shell, there has been, in fact, what we have been told, it has considerable damage. Now, the damage is of what nature? Whether it is just to the outer body or, in fact, the important components inside the black box, all that has been assessed. Now, what we know is that the government has to take the final call whether they want to send it abroad for. Remember, there are already teams from Boeing which came to the crash site in Ahmedabad, and they have been conducting the inquiry, helping the AAIB to try and come to a conclusion of what went wrong. There are, of course, some critical concerns also. If this black box is sent abroad, then it will mean that the AIB in India will have to upgrade their systems and their facilities so that any further damage or situation in future, there are facilities available in India which can in fact decode this. But at this time, it is only it is not something which has already been decided. It is only a question of the government whether they want to send it abroad or there is any other work that the government wants to get done, possibly getting an expert team from abroad to come to India and decode the black box, because that becomes a very important part of this entire investigation of what went wrong in AI 171, about 52 seconds from the time it was on the tarmac and 31 seconds when it was trying to in fact initiate the entire takeoff sequence, which it failed, and then of course that horrific accident took place. Now, Parmeshwar, very quickly, the black box, along with the physical evidence, becomes the most important crucial factor. Not only will it tell what was the conversation between the pilot, the co-pilot, and the ATC, it also records all the noises or the warning signs that come into the cockpit. So that becomes very, very important, whether there was any system or engine failure noise. All those things will help the investigators to put it together and understand what happened to this ill-fated flight. Now, there are two options as far as the government is concerned. A, to send it abroad for experts to, in fact, and remember, the government cannot send it to the Boeing facility because Boeing is the manufacturer. So the investigation will have to be done by independent investigators, not those who are aligned with Boeing. So that there is zero doubt about the outcome of this investigation. So whether it is sent to an independent investigator in United States, as it's being speculated, or a team from there is called by the government of India, invited in India to try and read what has happened as far as the black box is concerned, that remains a critical question. But at this moment, two things can be confirmed: that the black box was found in a damaged condition, and number two, now of course there is expectation of how to retrieve the data. Whether it happens in India or it is sent abroad is a larger decision that the government and the investigators will have to take.
As always, Ankit, thanks so much for joining us with the latest breaking news information coming in and contextualizing it all for us. The black box was found 28 hours after this deadly crash, but the central government is going to take a final call on whether to send this black box of the London-bound Air India flight, which crashed just a few seconds after takeoff, to the United States for further investigation and analysis. Moving on, US President Donald Trump has kept the world guessing about whether the United States will join Israel's bombardment of Iranian nuclear sites as the Israel-Iran conflict enters its 7th day. He has told his senior aides that he has approved attack plans on Iran, but was holding off on giving the final order to see if Tehran would abandon its nuclear program. We have reactions from the US President and Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Al Khamenei lined up for you. Listen in.
Plan for everything, but we'll see what happens. Got a ways to go. They should have made the deal. I had a great deal for them. They should have made that deal. 60 days we talked about it, and in the end they decided not to do it, and now they wish they did it. And they want to meet, but it's a little late to meet, but they want to meet, and they want to come to the White House. They'll even come to the White House. So we'll see. I may do that, but it's a shame it could have been done the easy way. We're in the midst of it's a terrible thing. I hate to see it. I hate to see all that death, so much death and destruction.
ورود آمریکا در این قضیه 100% به ضرر اوست. اونچه که او در این زمینه ضربه خواهد خورد به مراتب بیشتر است از اونچه که ایران ممکنه صدمه بخوره. صدمه آمریکا اگر ورود در این میدان بشه، ورود نظامی در این میدان بکنه، صدمه جبران ناپذیری خواهد بود بدون تردید.
Well, Israel has been attacking several nuclear facilities and military bases across Iran since the 13th of June, and the unprecedented strike has triggered a days-long exchange of missile attacks between the two countries. as tensions have continued to escalate and the death toll is rising. My colleagues Vishal, Vivek and Arjun have been tracking all the finer developments. In fact, they've accessed satellite images of key Iran sites. They'll join you to assess the impact of the Iran nuke sites.
Well, let's break down the satellite imagery of the Iranian nuclear and military sites viewers hit by Israel and why these specific locations matter in the larger unfolding West Asia crisis. We begin with the Natanz nuclear facility, which is coming up on your walls right now.
Well, Arjun, this is the main facility that Iran has when it comes to the nuke program. This was severely damaged, as you can see on the screens. On top of your screen, on the right, you have those visuals that can be that has been encircled. You can see heavy damage on the outer ring of the whole infrastructure. So that is how it went down in the last few days.
Well, to put things in perspective, Natanz is Iran's crown jewel when it comes to uranium enrichment viewers. Over 50,000 centrifuges are operated in this facility, as you see on your screens right now. Now, some of these centrifuges are also purportedly underground in two silos. It's often also called the very heart of Iran's ballistic missile ambitions. Moving on.
Next up, we have the Isfahan nuclear facility. This is also one of the most important sites pertaining to the Iranian regime. An IAEA statement, which is the apex governing body of atomic energy in the world, that says 4 critical buildings. We have 2 on the screen. These were heavily damaged. So this is one of the areas that were attacked by probably F-35 of Israel. And this is how it went down in the last few days.
Now, Isfahan is home to Iran's largest nuclear research lab. It was set up way back in 1984 with Chinese assistance. Yes, that's correct. There was Beijing's assistance in setting up this facility. It sits inside the University of Isfahan and employs nearly 3,000 scientists. For critical buildings were hit in the strike in this complex.
Next up, we have Fordo. It's one of the most secretive nuclear facilities that Iran has in its possession. Hidden beneath a mountain, it has one of the most secretive bases that go too deep, that's really difficult to be accessed by the enemy.
So that's correct, Vishal. This facility, deep within the mountain, houses over 1,000 centrifuges, including the IR-6 machines, which are very well capable of enriching uranium to 60% purity. That's what the IAEA, those are the IAEA confirmed figures we have from 2023. That Iran has, in fact, enriched its uranium to 60% purity. It's 160 kilometers from capital Tehran, buried hundreds of feet below a mountain. This site, in fact, was designed to resist airstrikes. That is why the Israeli Air Force has not been able to damage this site and, in fact, is seeking Washington's assistance to tackle the nuclear site here. Moving on.
Next up, we have the Pranshar facility. This is also one of the key facilities that were attacked by the Israeli forces. Well, the images here tell the story. We have the SAT images we have accessed from Maxar technology. On the left, you have the image from the day when it was left unscathed. And on the right, you can see it's been totally damaged. The whole structure has almost been demolished. And that is how the Israeli regime has been trying to crack down on Iranian regime.
And why is this site so important to Iran? Well, it's a military installation near the western Iraq border. It's crucial to Iran's western air defenses. In fact, it's the first line of Iran's western air defenses. Moving on to the next site we have for our viewers here.
Well, Gwadar is one of the key sites of Iran. This is the IRGC site, which is the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, an elite group of forces that Iran has. You can see on the screen, on the right, you have a structure on the outer edge of the facility that's been totally demolished. This was also probably carried out by one of the F-35 jet plane that Israel has in its possession.
Well, the IRGC Gwadar site, as Vishal explained, it's a key radar site, in fact, used to detect and also respond to aerial threats. It's a part of Iran's early warning defense grid, viewers, and it's pivotal to Western defenses against countries like Israel. Moving on.
Well, now we have Tabriz on our screens, and that shows the damage. These images were accessed by NDTV via the medium of Maxar technologies. These reveal heavy airstrike damage across the installation. multiple storage buildings were destroyed. You can see on the screens on the left as well on the right, 3 structures here were totally demolished. On the right, that seems like one of the key facilities there, that was also demolished. This is a big area that was almost demolished in toto.
Now, that's a big one, Vishal. Tabriz. It's located in northwestern Iran. It supports the country's long-range missile capabilities. Now, evidence also suggests that it houses the Shadab 1, 2 and 3 launchers. And given the range of this facility in the northwest part of the country, it claims to have Eastern and even Central European countries within striking distance. Over to you, Vishal.
So Mashhad is the next one coming up. This is also, you can see on the screens, on the left, you have a visual of the area when it was not attacked. An aircraft is stationed there. On the right, you can see the same airstrip with the same aircraft being totally demolished. You can see the tail at the end of the screen. So this also is one of the key areas that was attacked by F-35 jets.
Now, to put things in perspective here, it's Iran's second biggest airport traffic-wise, and a critical asset for its air force. The images you see here, that's a refueling plane, in fact, that was struck by the Israeli Air Force. It supports long-range missions, extending operational reach, in fact, across the entire West Asia region. Now, very interestingly, the strike here might very well be one of Israel's farthest ever, 23 kilometers away. It, in fact, draws parallels to Israeli Air Force 1985 strike on the PLO in Tunis. Moving on to the Gensol Air Base.
So Gensol is also, it has a group of probable Shahid drones that were stationed there to attack the enemy, which is Israel. You can see on the screen some of these visuals. These UAVs, which are the unmanned aerial vehicles, also known as drones, they were attacked. And these were the planes that were stationed there to protect these UAVs, because these are in high priority when it comes to the Iranian regime.
Now again, you see surface-to-surface missiles right now. We circle them for you. And you also see fighter jets on your screens right there in those 4 circles. Now this site again is near the western Iraqi border. It has an airbase which is key to protecting Iran's pivotal and vital oil infrastructure, viewers. It also hosts the 4th tactical airbase with the Shahid 136 drones and even F-5 fighters always on alert. Now, needless to say, it's a vital node in Iranian air defenses.
Next up, we have the Kermanshah missile facility, which is also one of the topmost missile facilities in Iranian regime. You can see multiple buildings were destroyed and debris were scattered all around the site. We'll soon have the visuals on screen. You can see on the right, you have the visuals. You can see totally demolished structures on the top as well as on the right.
So that's correct, Vishal. It's one of the oldest missile bases of Tehran. And in fact, it dates back all the way to the Iran-Iraq war. It's still active today as a ballistic missile launcher hub and is operated by the IRGC. Moving on.
Now we have the Shiraz missile facility. We've been talking about a lot of missile facilities. This is also one of the key ones. This shows, the images show stark difference between the left and right. On the right, you can see fires burning. These images were captured when the fires were burning. You don't see the damage too much there, but few buildings were totally demolished is what we've heard from reports. And on the left, you have the building that was on the original picture.
Now again, this facility plays a central role, and I'm not overstating it here, in producing missile fuel and key components. This also includes the fuel and components for the Shadab 1 system that Iran has so been flaunting. And viewers, at a first glance, these images that we have for you may look like Israel is inching closer to its strategic goal.
But analysts warn repeatedly that Iran's nuclear facilities can bounce back, possibly within a matter of months.
And Vishal, I'll tell you what's even more concerning. And what's even more concerning is that these strikes may very well just push Tehran to, in fact, double down on its nuclear ambitions. Back to you.
With that, let's turn our attention to breaking news coming in regarding the Thug Life movie case in the Supreme Court. The Karnataka government has filed an affidavit in the top court The affidavit is regarding the Thug Life matter. They have said that they're ready to provide security if the producers of the movie decide to release the movie in Karnataka. The Karnataka government has told the Supreme Court it's the duty of the state to uphold the rule of law. But for further clarity and for exactly what's happening, let's go across to Nupur Dogra, who's been tracking all the nitty-gritties. Nupur, take us through the breaking news information coming in.
Well, this affidavit has been filed by the Karnataka government late night yesterday in the top court. The Karnataka government has said that it is ready to provide any security that is required if the producers decide to release the film in the state. It has told the court that after the state film body expressed some displeasure over the content of the film, it was the producers of the film who had approached the High Court, and they had given an undertaking in the High Court that they won't release the film unless the film body is satisfied. Now here the Karnataka government seems to be sidelining itself from the entire controversy and shifting the blame to the film body or the producers and saying that if they want to release the movie, they will provide all the facilities and ensure that rule of law is maintained in the state.
Nupur, as always, thanks so much for joining us with the latest as far as the top court is concerned. And news and updates continue as always on NDTV 24/7. We're slipping into a very quick break for now. Back in a moment with the latest for you.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Why was there a hurry? Was it the government that was in a hurry?
I don't want to blame anyone.
Joining us today here in the NDTV newsroom.
Government cannot walk away from this responsibility.
Cricket is religion of sort in this country.
Would you like to comment on what happened?
What is the condition of the injured at this point? How many people died?
What exactly happened? You have lost your daughter.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
As the Iran-Israel war escalates, Indian students in the crossfire.
हमें as soon as possible evacuate किया जाए.
War zone worries grip parents. The next Indian mass evacuation ahead. NDTV at Ground Zero.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
From the echo of the Trump tariffs to the geopolitical tensions in West Asia, and on the sidelines, a possible thaw in the frosty relations between India and Canada. I will bring you all the latest updates from the Kananaskis G7 Summit. NDTV, live from the G7 Summit in Canada.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, it's been a week since the Air India plane crash near Ahmedabad. Now the black box may be sent abroad. Also, new rules for structures near airports. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. The black box of the Air India's Boeing 787 plane that crashed in Ahmedabad may have to be sent to the United States to continue the data extraction process as it's been damaged in the crash, according to sources. A week after the crash, the government tightens air safety rules and the focus now on structures which are violating the height limit near airports. Today, the final journey of a co-pilot, Clive Kunder. Today, his funeral takes place in Mumbai. The Karnataka government tells the Supreme Court it's their duty to uphold the law and they're ready to provide security for Kamal Hassan's thug life. This is after they were taken to task by the Supreme Court. Another water war in the south, this time between Andhra and Telangana. Telangana's chief minister plans to lead a delegation to Delhi to oppose the Polavaram Link project in Andhra Pradesh. And in the sensational Honeymoon murder case, the accused will be produced in court today. The Meghalaya police are to seek further remand of all the accused. It's been a week since AI-171 crashed in Ahmedabad, and now the latest news coming in regarding the probe as to why this crash took place. The black box of the Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner, which has sustained damage, may have to be sent to the United States to continue the data extraction process. This is what sources have said. Remember, this is key. There are two black boxes, in fact, in there, and that's the cockpit voice recorder, or the CVR, and the flight data recorder, and these are really key to understand what happened in those seconds after the plane took off. Well, let's go across to Vasudha now for more on this story. And Vasudha, what are you hearing regarding this news that the black box may be sent to the US?
Well, what we understand is that the black box has sustained heavy external damage, which also makes it a little challenging for authorities to extract the kind of data that they need to reconstruct what really happened and what went wrong. We, of course, have the voice recorder also, which is also part of the black box, and all of this make up for a very crucial part of evidence into this investigation. But like I said, since the crash was really explosive and it was very bad, which is why the black box seems to have sustained damages which need a lot of fixing, which is why it is expected that the black box could be sent to Washington for further fixing, for retrieval of data. But of course, the final call is expected to be taken by the ministry soon. Remember that there is also a parallel probe by the Home Secretary-led committee that's going on. The Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau is also looking into this case. There's also an international, there are also multi-country probe that's going on into this accident. So clearly, with several players involved, a call is likely to be taken soon, is what we understand, on the best possible ways to reconstruct what really happened, to which the black box and the data that the black box contains will be very crucial.
That's right, Vasudha. And as you said, it's a multi-nation probe. In fact, everybody wants to know what led to this air crash. Was it a pilot fault? Was it some fault in the aircraft itself, in the plane? Boeing also, this, the reputation also rides on this. So given all these factors, everybody will be watching this probe very, very closely. And if the black box were to be sent abroad, then officials from India too will be accompanying it?
Absolutely, that is what we understand. The final call is yet to be taken. And all of this is because the black box is a very crucial part of evidence that will help us understand what really happened. It's a data that will be extracted from the black box, which will help us find the cause of the crash. And it is a flight data recorder that was retrieved within 23 hours of the crash that is expected to give us insight into multiple technical parameters, as to what was really happening then. And all of this is very crucial to understand what really happened. And like we're talking about, that multiple countries are also involved, multiple agencies are involved in this. There are committees that are probing this accident, even from India, from the Indian side of the Home Secretary panel that's looking into this. It's already had its first meeting 2 days ago. The United Kingdom's Air Accidents Investigation Bureau is also part of this investigation because there are 53 British citizens who got killed. So there is a lot of accountability on India's part, which is why I think that the ministry and the DGCA will take a little bit of time to understand what is the best way to go forward in this case.
All right, Vasudha, thanks so much for joining us with those details. Now, staying with news of the crash a week after the Air India crash that took place, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has now released new draft rules to tighten control over structures that could possibly pose a risk to aircraft safety. The draft titled Aircraft Demolition of Obstructions Rule was issued on the 18th of June and will come into force once published in the official gazette. The rules aim to give authorities a power to take prompt action against buildings and trees that could be exceeding the height limits in designated aerodrome zones. Let's go across to Aishwarya for more on this. Aishwarya, give us more details of what these new rules would now mean.
Well, both height and the parameter of the aerodrome would be controlled. Of course, there are several guidelines in the past as well that there is a designated area where you can't build any structure or plant trees, but it is now we have been given to learn that it is the aircraft demolition and obstruction rules draft that has been released after a week, and once the official gazette will come out, this will come into the force. We have been also told that this will enforce and give all the powers to the Civil Aviation Ministry to clear to demolish these kind of structures which are near the aerodrome or towards the air path as well of the aircraft. We have seen in several locations in the country, specifically in Mumbai, or if we talk about Ahmedabad as well, it was just 1 kilometer away where the airplane crashed, and the height was not much, but although it first obstructed to a tree and then fall into a hostel. So now when these rules will be implemented, there will be a thorough check across the country just near the aerodromes whether there are structures which are above the height that has been designated to them, or if there is any tree which is beyond that height, that will be clearly demolished, and the powers would be on the Civil Aviation Ministry. So clearly new rules have been imposed, but how much it will be implemented, that remains to be seen.
That's right, Aishwarya, because there is, others who question this sort of focus that has come onto buildings around airports. This is the buildings, one would imagine, have already taken whatever requisite permissions to come up. And given, the nature of this crash, it's really 1 in a million. We don't expect planes in this day and age to really crash shortly after taking off. So yes, it seems somewhat, I wouldn't say knee-jerk, but, an immediate reaction to the crash that took place, but one would imagine that not too many buildings would be violating rules around the airports.
Well, that's right. And one of the reasoning that the aviation experts have given to us is that when there were these airports that were built around those years. It was never such construction that were built. But as the development happens and as the new master plans of different cities have taken place, there are these slums area and specifically these cluster areas would be built around, and that has been submitted in one of its reports by the aviation experts to the Civil Aviation Ministry in the past as well. But it is not about the low height structures. It is about the height which is beyond the prescribed limits, and that will be demolished if this rule comes into effect. And once the official gazette will be passed, these rules and these powers will be with the Civil Aviation Ministry. Of course, both of these structures of these buildings and of the trees which are beyond one height. So all of that would be demolished once this will be in effect. But of course, as I said, that this used to be one of the norm. These buildings had to take specific permissions which are in and around the airport premises. But it is, of course, now more measures will be taken, more checks will be done, and fresh guidelines will be issued to these buildings as well.
All right, so another development that shows the government is tightening air safety rules. Thanks so much, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details of this rule that will come into effect. But it's been a week, and for many of the families of those who died, there's still so many questions as to why they lost their loved ones. The brother of Manish Babu, one of those who died in the air crash, has raised questions about the lack of accountability. He's asked that why even after 7 days a week after the crash, the reason has not been made public. Remember, there is a probe underway, and we're told that a report will be filed. It's been given 3 months' time, in fact, to file the report as to why the crash took place. But speaking to NDTV from Diu, he said, why has no one been held responsible yet?
Well, there was a group of 15 people from Diu, including Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, who was traveling by Air India flight to London. And 14 of them died. Currently, I'm reporting from Diu. And one of the passengers, Manish Babu, also died in this tragic airplane crash. His brother, Vishwesh, who used to live in United Kingdom itself, has come back to India for the last rites of Manish. एक हफ्ता आज पूरा हो चुका है इस एक्सीडेंट को, और काफ़ी सवाल हैं लोगों के मनों में कि आखिर ऐसा प्लेन क्रैश हुआ क्यों। आप लोग क्या सोचते हैं एक हफ्ते के बाद, किस तरीके के मन में सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं?
सवाल तो बहुत सारे होते हैं, लेकिन कुदरत के जो नियम होते हैं, कुदरत ने हमारे ऊपर क्या लिखा है वो हमें पता नहीं है। तो प्रश्न ये है कि प्लेन दुर्घटना कैसे हुई, क्यों हुई, किस तरह से हुई, ये सब सवाल है।
क्या था मनीष के फैमिली में, कौन कौन लोग सरवाइव कर रहे हैं अभी, पर वो क्या करते थे?
लेस्टर में मेरे जो बड़े भैया है वो फूड फैक्ट्री में काम करते थे। उनके परिवार में उनकी पत्नी और एक 7 साल का बेटा और 11 साल की बेटी है।
So there are many questions in the minds of Vishwesh, his brother, younger brother, who came for the last rites of his brother Manish Babu, who died in this tragic attack. Who is responsible? Why flight gone down? And after 1 week, they are asking for these questions. They have lost their family member, their loved one, who used to take care of the entire family back in United Kingdom, and they came back to India just because of the reason that they wanted to take care of the family because their father died just few weeks before. But a tragic loss, but questions in their minds as well. This is Aishwarya for NDTV in Diu.
All right, so NDTV's Aishwarya, they're speaking, to family members. Many of those on the plane were from Diu. In fact, there was also one Chandu Bagon who died in the air crash, and tragically he had travelled from the UK to Diu for his mother's funeral. He was returning from the funeral when he died in the air crash.
Chandu Bagwane, a Portuguese citizen who was the passenger of the Air India flight died, and currently the last rites over here in Dew are being performed just behind me, and we are at the cremation ground. Joining with me is his relative Ashish. It's been a week after the airplane crash, and we are here at the cremation ground performing the last rites of Mr. Chandu. आप लोगों के मन में अब एक हफ्ते बाद क्या सवाल उठ रहे हैं? कोई अकाउंटेबिलिटी फिक्स होनी चाहिए, आप लोग क्या सोच रहे हैं? क्योंकि अभी तक किसी चीज़ का ठोस पता नहीं लग पाया।
जी, कुछ पता नहीं चला अभी तक। ठीक है, एक हफ्ते के बाद भी कुछ कैसे केस हुआ कैसे नहीं वो कुछ पता नहीं।
क्यों यूके में क्यों रहते थे वो, क्या करते थे, क्यों इंडिया आए थे?
उसकी मदर है ना, उसके देहांत हो गया था, उसका क्रियाक्रम करने आए थे इंडिया में।
फैमिली में कौन कौन है?
फैमिली में उसकी वाइफ है, 3 बच्चे हैं, 2 बच्चे हैं, 1 लड़की है।
और यहाँ पर आए थे और जाने वाले थे, आपकी उनसे पहले कभी बात हुई थी? क्या कुछ था उनके मन में?
नहीं, उनके मन में तो कुछ नहीं। जाने से पहले हमारे साथ बात हुई थी, हमारे घर पे बैठे थे, 1-1.5 घंटा हम साथ में ही रहे थे। कुछ बात ऐसी बात नहीं हुई थी।
यूके में क्या करते थे वो?
यूके में जॉब करते थे, कंपनी में
जॉब करते थे।
कंपनी।
तो अब आप लोग क्या डिमांड करते हैं सरकार से? क्योंकि 1 हफ्ता हो चुका है, फ्लाइट क्यों क्रैश हुई ये भी नहीं पता लगा।
नहीं, वो भी नहीं पता लग पाया अभी तक।
आंसर्स डिमांड कर रहे हैं।
हाँ, आंसर डिमांड कर रहे हैं।
और ड्यू के और कितने ऐसे परिवार थे जिनका इस एयरप्लेन क्रैश में?
14 परिवार।
14 परिवार थे, जिसमें से रमेश विश्वास
कुमार जिंदा है।
उनका परिवार भी आंसर सीख कर रहा है, उनका भी भाई की डेथ हुई है इसमें।
हाँ, वो तो सब करेगा ही ना आंसर तो।
कुछ जवाब मिला आपको अथॉरिटी से? आपने कुछ बात करी, पूछा उन लोगों से कि आखिर?
नहीं, कुछ बताएंगे।
कुछ नहीं बताया।
And from Diu now to Mumbai, where the funeral of First Officer Clive Kunder, he was the first officer on that ill-fated AI-171 flight that crashed. The 34-year-old young co-pilot is from Mumbai, and his funeral will be held at the Savory Christian Cemetery there as family and friends and neighbors gather at his home. The procession will begin at around 1 o'clock, and his funeral is scheduled at 2:30 p.m. Now, Clive was still gaining. He had logged 1,100 hours of flight experience and was still gaining the required 1,500 hours needed to command an aircraft, and he was assisting Captain Sabharwal on this nearly 10-hour international flight for London that crashed, just seconds after taking off. NDTV's Radhika Ramaswamy was there, and she spoke to families and friends of Clive.
I'm standing with some of Clive's friends and colleagues. Sir, this is obviously a very, very distressful time for you to speak about Clive. But whatever you can talk us through about Clive as a person, as a professional, how long have you known him, and what kind of a person was he? We believe that he was a very driven and ambitious man.
He was a very, very ambitious man. I know him for the last 5-6 years. We've been working out very regularly in the gym. All here are my gym friends only. So very ambitious, lot of dreams, amazing human. He was very down to earth. I never seen him sour or anything like that. He was always smiling, would always greet anybody, no egos about him. I have never met a more amazing person than him, and we were very, very close. In fact, I've dropped him home a couple of times. I know his parents so well. It's really unfortunate. I mean, we are still not able to digest the fact that my friend is not around here. It's difficult. It's really very difficult.
Very, very sorry to hear that. Sir, what are your thoughts?
May his soul rest in peace. That's it.
How did you know him?
We are gym buddies since last 3 years.
Anything that you'd like to talk about his
person? Said that he was a gem of a person. Very down to earth, very humble. May God. That's it.
And what were your thoughts when you heard of the crash?
Actually, I'm a doctor, so I got my message from my friends in Ahmedabad. There's a plane crash. So they called me that if you need any help, you might have to come. A couple of minutes back, when I checked on my phone, I saw Clive's name and it was painful. I happened to call his dad and probably they were not here. His sister was a little shocked. She was told me that yes, it is Clive. Then it became difficult for us. It was not a moment that we want to recollect also. It's bad.
Thank you. So you are also Clive's friends, right? I mean, take us through how Clive was as a person. How did you know him? And we believe that he was a very driven individual, very young.
Yeah, I mean, we are all Clive's gym friends, gym buddies. We all used to meet at that same time to work out and all. Of course, he used to travel, we used to travel, but other than that, he was a very great person to be with, and he sold there.
Your thoughts when you heard about the crash?
I'm like shattered. We are all shattered. We're not.
Ma'am, please. Yeah.
Right now, some breaking news coming in, and the report on Justice Yashwant Verma has now been accessed, and more details have revealed, in fact, just how damning this report is. Remember, the Chief Justice at that time had assigned an in-house committee, in fact, to look into all aspects of this shocking case in which burnt cash was recovered from the storeroom, from an outhouse of a sitting High Court judge, Justice Yashwant Verma. He was then shifted out to Allahabad, and now details of this report have emerged, and it's a very damning report. It does say there are two aspects of it really that show just how it shows the the culpability of Justice Yashwant Verma. That cash was recovered, burnt cash was removed from the home, and as well as it could not have been placed there without tacit or active consent of Justice Verma or his family members. Let's go across to Nupur now for all these details. Nupur, this was a sensational case that really cast a shadow on the judiciary and questions over, functioning and how cases are handled. The fact that so much cash was found burnt at this sitting High Court judge's residence, in a storeroom, in an outhouse. What does the report now say that you have now accessed? What are the details of this report, which till now has not been made public?
Well, Gargi, as we have accessed the report on the inquiry that was set up by the Chief Justice of India against Justice Yashwant Verma, it is very clear that the committee, the panel, was convinced that he should be, in fact, a disqualification proceeding should be initiated. They have clearly recommended that there is enough evidence to recommend removal of Justice Yashwant Verma. They have, in fact, questioned the staff of Justice Yashwant Verma, the Delhi High Court judge, at whose residence the stashes of burnt cash were found. So now, in a very detailed report that we have accessed, we can see that even though the judge has denied that he found any cash in his storeroom, the inquiry committee, after questioning the staff, found that there was incredible amount of burnt cash as well as the cash that was not burnt, that was saved from the fire, and many of the staff have also admitted to the panel seeing the burnt cash, the debris of the cash, while Justice Yashwant Verma has categorically denied any presence of such or recovery of such cash from his storeroom in his official residence. He has also when this panel's committee report was submitted to the Chief Justice of India, Sanjeev Khanna, the then Chief Justice, he had sought a reply from Justice Yashwant Verma. Justice Yashwant Verma, remember, had in fact criticized this report and had said that in fact he had, in his reply to Chief Justice, called it a unfair investigation, and he had raised questions on the investigation. He is still maintaining his stance that he is innocent, and as we all know that this report was forwarded to the Prime Minister of India and the President for consideration, and there are now talks of initiation of an impeachment process against the High Court judge. So it is in fact a very big, a big case, and it is in fact an eye-opener for the common man on how, some judges can operate and how corruption cases can emerge out of their
That's right, Nupur. It is a case that, brought shame really to the judiciary, that, there are those among them who are involved in such matters. But it's interesting, as you pointed out, Justice Yashwant Verma recently, refused to resign. He called the entire process unfair and flawed. He came out publicly and said this. Before that, we had seen editorials, we had seen, various people in high positions, calling on him to resign. And this really saves this entire process of impeachment of a judge, which we know is a very long process. So I think there was hope that perhaps he would, make it easier on everybody by just resigning. However, that's not to be with Justice Yashwant Verma, in fact, calling out this entire process, which was extremely transparent as these processes go, for the Chief Justice to announce that these 3 judges who would be investigating someone from their own fraternity. It took if you could give us more details of how long it took. And it's interesting now, after Yashwant Verma came out publicly saying he will not resign, now the report, the media is being able to access what this report said and how damning it really is.
Well, if you remember, this incident in fact came to light after media had reported that this kind of incident had occurred at a judge's place after a week of the reported incident. Remember, this incident was reported on the day of Holi. Now, when we that was on 14th of March. Now, when we access the report, it is said that on 15th, in the wee hours of the 15th of March, the debris was removed, according to the accounts that were given to the panel. And even if the Justice Yashwant Verma at that time had said that he was he was not at his residence when this whole incident has been reported. But now it is coming to light that according to this report, the investigation has found out that the debris was removed in the wee hours of the 15th, and we know that the report of the same after the fire broke out, the incident was reported to the authorities. When fire brigade came in to control the situation, they found this debris of cash. Now this was entirely reported to the then Chief Justice of India, Sanjeev Khanna, who had initiated an in-house inquiry, had directed the Delhi High Court Chief Justice to conduct an in-house inquiry into the matter, and had also informed the government of the same. After that in-house inquiry, the Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court submitted his report to Chief Justice of India, Sanjeev Khanna, who later formed a three-judge member panel inquiry to further investigate. He concluded that this matter requires more investigation, and remember, everything was put out on the Supreme Court's portal, the website. Website had the video of the debris, the fire houses coming in, removing the debris of the burnt cash. Everything was there on the Supreme Court portal, the report of the Delhi High Court Chief Justice, and it was assured from the Supreme Court that they will maintain transparency, and the transfer to the Allahabad High Court was proposed, keeping in mind that the inquiry is going to take place in Delhi, and the judge had to be transferred outside Delhi. And even though he was transferred to Allahabad High Court, the Supreme Court Collegium had said that no official duty will be assigned to him in the Allahabad High Court. So technically he was out of work there.
Right.
So after this, now the three-judge panel inquiry report, it is front of us, and we have seen that what it says. And now it is up to the Parliament that when will it decide to bring an impeachment motion.
Or whether Justice Yashwant Verma himself will make some sort of decision. Thanks so much, Nupur, for joining us on that big breaking news. All right, moving on to the sensational Honeymoon murder case, where the husband was killed and it was the wife who in fact planned the entire murder of her husband while on honeymoon in Meghalaya. Now, all the 5 accused in the murder of Indore businessman Raja Raghuvanshi will be presented in the district and sessions court in Shillong as 8 days of their police custody gets over, and the police are expected to seek further custody. The investigation focus has also shifted to Indore, and in the midst of this investigation, a new name had cropped up. 119 calls were made by Sonam, the wife, to a Sanjay Verma. Someone saved a Sanjay Verma on her phone, but the police have now claimed that this person could be the same as the main accused Raj Kushwaha, at whose behest this was somebody that Sonam was friendly with before her marriage, and it's thought that there was some sort of a love triangle there, and that's why Sonam and Raj Kushwaha had Raja murdered. NDTV's Ratnadeep with the details.
That's right, and all these evidences which have come out either during the interrogation or the new CCTV footages or the social media footages, as well as the investigation which is going on in Indore, and the crime scene reconstruction, all these evidences will be placed in the court today, and on the basis of this, the police will ask for further extension of the remand of Sonam, Raghuvanshi, Raj Kushwaha and the 3 other assailants. And the police is of the opinion that since another team of Meghalaya SIT is investigating in Indore, they have already questioned Sonam's family member. They have to question a few other people who are in their questioning list. They would also have to look into the contact details of Raj Kushwaha. So therefore, these people who have been arrested, including Sonam, needs to be in police remand so that police can corroborate the information they would be getting from Indore, and further taking the investigation further. Also, police is looking for the 2 phones of Sonam Raghuvanshi, which Sonam claims to have been destroyed, but police feels that Sonam was using another SIM card and another phone to stay in touch with Raj Kushwaha, at least until she surfaced at Ghazipur. So those corroboration needs to be done. Also, the fact that on Sanjay Verma, Meghalaya police has given us to understand that they feel that Sanjay Verma and Raj Kushwaha could have been the same person, and therefore a back-end check on this is also being done.
In other news now, the Karnataka government has told the Supreme Court in its affidavit that if actor Kamal Haasan's movie Thug Life is released and screened in the state, they would take all the necessary steps to maintain law and order and provide security to all citizens as well. This after the Supreme Court had taken them to task over the non-release of Kamal Haasan's film Nupur, with the details.
The Karnataka government has filed a reply in the Supreme Court with regards to the Thug Life controversy. The Karnataka government has said that it is ready to provide all the security to the film producers if they decide to release the movie in the state of Karnataka. They have, in this latest affidavit filed in the top court, kind of shifted the blame towards the state's film body, saying that after the film body in the state expressed some displeasure about the contents of the film, the producers approached the High Court and in fact they have given an undertaking in the High Court that they won't release the film until the state film body is satisfied. Now the Karnataka government has said that in case the producers of the film decide to release the film in the state, they will protect them and they will provide all kinds of security to the theatres where the movies will be released. So now the Karnataka government has made it clear to the top court that they are all for maintaining the rule of law in the state and provide any security that is needed to ensure smooth release of the movie Thug Life in the state of Karnataka. The Supreme Court is about to hear these replies, but the Karnataka government anytime in the court today. The case is listed for hearing today, and it will be important to see that what is the Supreme Court's reaction to these replies filed by the Karnataka government.
A water war reignited in the south, and this time it's between Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Telangana's chief minister plans to lead a delegation to Delhi to meet Union Water Resources Minister C.R. Patil. The aim is to convey the unanimous resolution taken by all parties from Telangana to demand an immediate stop to the Polavaram-Banaka-Cherla link project. Taking strong exception to this project proposed by Andhra Pradesh government, the Telangana government said that the project of the neighbouring state is a gross violation of existing norms and will adversely affect the interests of the state. In fact, it will reduce the waters of the Godavari that head to Telangana. All right, and milk wars within Karnataka. The Karnataka government has been criticized by the opposition for allowing Gujarat-based dairy brand Amul to open kiosks at 10 metro stations in Bengaluru. The opposition BJP and JDS has declared means the ruling Congress is failing to promote the state-run brand Nandini. The JDS, a former ally of the Congress, took aim at the party as well as Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivkumar in a social media post with the hashtag Save Nandini in Kannada, which is ironic because it is the Congress, when it was in opposition, that had run the same campaign, Save Nandini. The JDS accused Shivkumar of having sold his self-respect for the sake of commission and slammed the Congress for having used the Nandini brand to win votes in the 2023 Assembly elections. Deepak Bopana with the details.
Politicians in Karnataka are once again out there to milk the controversy surrounding Nandini and Amul. We're standing at a kiosk outside the Swami Vivekananda metro station here. This is a kiosk, of course, that Amul got through a tender process. Similarly, of course, the BMRCL announced that 10 different kiosks like this by Amul will be set up in different metro stations in Bengaluru. While this announcement has come in, we should note that immediately the JDS and the BJP have accused the Congress of favoring Amul, a brand once the Congress itself tried to slam and said that the BJP was anti-Nandini. They started a campaign in 2023 during the state election saying they should save Nandini from the BJP because they were trying to not protect the interests of the farmers, not protect a local homegrown brand, but instead back Nandini, which was from Gujarat. While all of this, of course, is being said, Mr. DK Shivkumar has come out with a clarification that right now 2 kiosks by Amul have been opened. However, he will instruct KMF to go ahead and now bid in the tender process and ensure that 8 kiosks of Nandini are set up in the metro stations. But the bigger question here is, when the tender process was open, if the KMF didn't bid in the first place, is it actually a viable option for them? If it is not a viable option because of the political pressure, is it okay to just set up these shops which may not actually generate enough revenue? These are questions that remain even as the politics over the matter continues to peak. With media journalist Govind, this is Deepak Bopana for NDTV.
Right, with that, time for us to slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll get you all the very latest on the Israel-Iran conflict. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Today, the funeral of AI 171 co-pilot Clive Kunder is taking place in Mumbai. Water war between Telangana and Andhra Pradesh as Telangana opposes Andhra's project on the Godavari. A week after the Air India crash, the government has tightened air safety rules and the focus is on structures violating height limit near airports. And the black box of Air India's Boeing 787 that crashed in Ahmedabad may have to be sent to the US to continue the data extraction process.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24x7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring
in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Gensol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Chaghi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
News is not just headlines.
It's the 7th day of the Israel-Iran conflict. US President Donald Trump, however, has kept the world guessing about whether the US will join Israel's bombardment of Iranian nuclear sites. Trump has held a Situation Room meeting to discuss the US options. In fact, there have been several meetings. And now, while Trump has said earlier that his patience was already running out with Tehran, Trump indicated he's not yet made up a final decision, made up his mind on whether the US will indeed get involved or not.
Plan for everything, but we'll see what happens. Got a ways to go. They should have made the deal. I had a great deal for them. They should have made that deal. 60 days we talked about it, and in the end they decided not to do it, and now they wish they did it. And they want to meet, but it's a little late to meet, but they want to meet. And they want to come to the White House. They'll even come to the White House. So we'll see. I may do that, but it's a shame it could have been done the easy way. We're in the midst of it's a terrible thing. I hate to see it. I hate to see all that death, so much death and destruction.
ورود آمریکا در این قضیه 100% به ضرر اوست. اونچه که او در این زمینه ضربه خواهد خورد به مراتب بیشتر است از اونچه که ایران ممکنه صدمه بخوره. صدمه آمریکا اگر ورود در این میدان بشه، ورود نظامی در این میدان بکنه، صدمه جبران ناپذیری خواهد بود بدون تردید.
Right, so the 7th day of this conflict, there's no end in sight. Now remember, thousands of Indian students and Indian citizens are there in Iran, and the first batch of 110 Indian students who were stranded there were evacuated yesterday. They were brought back to Delhi. A majority of them, in fact 90, are from Jammu and Kashmir. The students all from the Urmia Medical University, and the first students group to be evacuated were transited via Armenia and Doha. And NDTV spoke with some of the students who returned.
We are right now at the Delhi airport outside the buses that are expected to take back the students of Jammu and Kashmir who are just back from Iran, via Operation Sindhu that the Indian government had launched after the, escalating tensions and military conflicts between Iran and Israel. The students have come back after traveling for at least 50 to 52 hours, and now they have been provided the roadways bus of Jammu and Kashmir so that they can go back to Srinagar. Out of 110 students, almost 90 students are from Jammu and Kashmir, and since they have landed, they are saying that they have been provided the roadways bus whose permit has already been expired, and this is the bus in which they are expected to travel. There are almost 90 students who are set to go back to Jammu and Kashmir, and this is the visuals of the inside of the bus that is expected to take the students back to Srinagar. Most of the girls are, most of the students are girls, and they have been raising questions regarding the security and safety because the permit of the buses has been expired, and students are saying that this is not the way that the government can evacuate the students from from Delhi back to Srinagar, from where they are they have been waiting to meet their family and their parents. With camera person Aman Singh, this is Anushka Garg for NDTV. After the war started between Iran and Israel, the Indian government has in fact started Operation Sindhu, by which they have brought back 110 students from Iran. Today we are joined by many students here who are in fact right now here. They are from Jammu and Kashmir and are in fact waiting to go back to Jammu Kashmir via the buses. Their main concern is that this is the kind of bus that they can't travel in because they have already traveled for the past 3 days, and it is quite harassing for them to use the bus that has been in fact stationed here so that they can sit in the bus and go back to Jammu and Kashmir. We have some students with us also. Let's go straight to them. आपका नाम क्या है?
बेहिश्ता।
अच्छा, आप जम्मू कश्मीर के रहने वाली?
जी, कश्मीर से।
कितने घंटे लगे वहाँ से वापस आने में?
हम पिछले 5-4 दिन से हम ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं। पहले उर्मिया से आर्मीनिया, उसके बाद आर्मीनिया से हमें यहाँ वया दोहा लिया गया, जो कि 12 घंटे की 13-14 घंटे की फ़्लाइट थी खुद में ही। हम पिछले 5-6 दिनों से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं और दे आर एक्सपेक्टिंग अस टू गो दिस। आपको पता है खुद रोड कैसा है यहाँ से कश्मीर। 20 घंटा सफ़र हम इन बसेस में करेंगे। डू वी डिज़र्व दैट? बट वी आर वेरी थैंकफुल टू द सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, जिन्होंने हमारे लिए बहुत मतलब जिस टाइम से हम घर से निकले हैं टू द पॉइंट हम यहाँ पहुँचे, हमें कोई भी डिफ़िकल्टी नहीं हुई। इट वॉज अ स्मूथ सफ़र था हमारा। लेकिन अब यहाँ पे रह के चलो ठीक है, अब हम बात भी करते, लेकिन करें किससे? यहाँ तो कोई है ही नहीं। हमें ऐसे छोड़ा गया, वहाँ से लाया गया और बोला गया जाओ बसेस है चढ़ो। ये बसेस हम डिजर्व करते हैं। 20 घंटे का सफ़र हम इनमें कैसे करेंगे?
So these are the students who are quite concerned as to how they will go back via the buses, the Jammu and Kashmir state buses that can be seen here in the picture. We'll try to talk to some more people. आपका नाम क्या है मैम?
हमारा सादिक।
अच्छा, आप भी जम्मू कश्मीर के रहने वाले?
जी।
कैसे बताएंगे किस तरीके से आप लोग को इवैक्यूएट करके भारत तक लाया गया?
बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छे से। लाइक इट वाज वेरी हाईली अनएक्सपेक्टेड। 100% से भी ज़्यादा एफर्ट्स दिए इंडियन गवर्नमेंट ने कि हमें यहाँ तक सहतो सलामत पहुँचा, और एग्जैक्टली वैसा हुआ। एग्जैक्टली कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं, कहीं नहीं। बॉर्डर क्रॉस करने में, उसके बाद किसी और मुल्क में, वहाँ से इमिग्रेशन, कहीं पे कोई प्रोसेस। कुछ बच्चों का पासपोर्ट एक्सपायर था, उनकी हेल्प करी उसी टाइम इमीडिएटली। उनका पासपोर्ट, उनको वाइट पासपोर्ट दिया गया उस टाइम पे। सारी जितना उनसे हो सका सब कुछ किया। बस अब जो कश्मीरी बच्चे हैं यहाँ पे वो फंस गए हैं। बाकी जो हम ऑलमोस्ट 5 बजे सुबह लैंड करे हैं, उसके 3 3:30 बजे उसके बाद से वी आर हेयर।
So it is Operation Sindhu that was launched by India to evacuate our nationals from Iran as fears of an all-out Israeli-American military strikes on Iran have increased. That was the first batch that were evacuated. But what are the other evacuation routes? Let's go across to Vishal. Vishal, give us more details about how we can evacuate our citizens.
Well, Gargi, since it's a region that's the hotbed of activity, hotbed of war activity actually,
So what we have here is a map that that gives a picture of the routes that the students can take to get to India. In the same region, we have a lot of countries that are allies of India and also adversaries. So what we have here are the allies: Armenia, Turkmenistan, and Iraq. So these are some of the routes the students can take to get to India. Some students have already gone to Armenia, and from there they have just come back to India. Some students could also be on their way to Turkmenistan. It's not confirmed, but that's the way they can take, because that's an ally. Also on the other side is Iraq, neighboring country of Iran. So far there's no report as to any students going to the other side to Iraq, but that will have to be confirmed. And also one more route is this Persian Gulf route. This is one of the busiest routes in the whole world, and students could be transported through this route via Qatar, Bahrain, through this route, Gulf and Gulf of Aden. Through that they can reach Mumbai, and from there they can go to their respective states. So these are the routes that they can take, and now we have some of the countries that will be off limits for India because they are not India's allies. Of course it's Turkey there, Azerbaijan, and Pakistan, as well as Afghanistan. With Afghanistan, India doesn't have formal diplomatic ties, so that will be difficult. Pakistan, of course, is an adversary, so that won't be possible to evacuate Indian students via Pakistan. Turkey as well has had some bad, the relationship between India and Turkey has been severed because Turkey has openly supported Pakistan. Same goes with Azerbaijan, which is also a strong Pakistan ally, hence does not have a good relationship with India. So these are the countries India will have to avoid to evacuate the students.
All right, Vishal, thanks so much for joining us with those details. Now, as the conflict, the war between Israel and Iran has entered its 7th day, a 30,000-pound bunker buster bomb could be the key to Israel's plan to eliminate Iran's Fordo nuclear site, but only the United States has it. So as tensions rise, will America greenlight a mission that's never been done before? Parmeshwar Bava breaks down the details.
It's 30,000 pounds of pure power. Nicknamed the Bunker Buster, the GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator is the most powerful non-nuclear bomb on Earth. And right now, it may be Israel's only hope of hitting what it calls the heart of Iran's nuclear program. I'll tell you why it matters. Iran's Fordo nuclear facility, buried deep inside a mountain, is practically impenetrable. Israel's own bombs can't touch it. But the US mob, well, it was explicitly engineered to destroy deep underground weapon bunkers exactly like Fordo. So why hasn't it been used? Because the massive ordnance penetrator doesn't sit in Israeli hangars. It's American-only tech deployed by the stealth B-2 Spirit bomber, a weapon platform that only the US controls. Israeli officials say the elimination of Fordo is non-negotiable, but dropping this bomb in a real war has never been done before. And according to US military experts, it would take not one, but 2 of these dropped in the exact same spot to do the job. So is America willing? Well, Trump says Iran still wants talks, but also warns it's getting very late. And if talks collapse, he says a strike could be on the table. The US military, in fact, silent in public, but ready to execute if ordered. So 1 American bomb, 1 Iranian nuclear site, and 1 Israeli red line that could drag the United States into full-blown war. The real story isn't just this bomb, it's who pulls the trigger and what happens next.
And more news of US President Donald Trump, who hosted Pakistan's army chief Asim Munir for lunch at the White House, even declaring, and I quote, "I love Pakistan," and insisting that he averted the war with India despite New Delhi bluntly refuting his claims of mediation. Remember the readout of Prime Minister Modi and Trump's phone call. Now, sticking to his position, despite the Prime Minister making it clear that India had agreed to a ceasefire based on Pakistan's request, Donald Trump has once again claimed credit for stopping the war between the two countries, even complained that not one story had been written about it. Listen in to Donald Trump and Michael Rubin's remarks.
The reason I had him here, I wanted to thank him for not going into the war, just, ending the war. And I want to thank, as you know, we're working a trade deal with India. We're working a trade deal with Pakistan. And they were both here. But I was with Modi a few weeks ago. He was here, actually. But now we speak to him. And I'm so happy. There was a deal that two smart people, plus, they have people on their staff too, but two very smart people decided not to keep going with that war. That could have been a nuclear war. Those are two nuclear powers. Big ones. Big nuclear powers.
Well, with that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and updates on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Why was there a hurry? Was it the government that was in a hurry?
I don't want to blame anyone.
Joining us today here in the NDTV newsroom.
The government cannot walk away from this responsibility.
Cricket is region of sort in this country.
Would you like to comment on what happened?
What is the condition of the injured at this point? How many people died?
What exactly happened? You have lost your daughter.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24x7.
As the Iran-Israel war escalates, Indian students in the crossfire.
As soon as possible evacuate किया जाए.
War zone worries grip parents. The next Indian mass evacuation ahead. NDTV at ground zero.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
From the echo of the Trump tariffs to the geopolitical tensions in West Asia, and on the sidelines, a possible thaw in the frosty relations between India and Canada. I will bring you all the latest updates from the Kananaskis G7 Summit. NDTV, live from the G7 Summit in Canada.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24x7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I
In the Cash Rao case involving a High Court judge, details of the three-judge panel report on Justice Verma's case revealed that there is enough proof to call for his removal, even as the judge remains defiant. The black box of Air India's Boeing 787 that crashed in Ahmedabad may have to be sent to the United States to continue the data extraction process, as it's been damaged in the crash, this according to sources. A week after the Air India plane crash, the government now tightens air safety rules around airports, and the lens is on structures that violate the height limit. The Karnataka government has told the Supreme Court in an affidavit that it's their duty to uphold the law and that they're ready to provide security for the release of Kamal Hassan's thug life. In an exclusive interview with Kajol, she talks to NDTV on raising a son versus a daughter and also on gender inequality in India. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat, and our top story, a 3-member panel of senior judges has recommended the initiation of removal proceedings against Justice Yashwant Verma, a sitting judge of the Allahabad High Court. Remember, he was removed to Allahabad after this entire row emerged. He was in the Delhi High Court earlier. This following an investigation into an accidental fire at his government residence that led to the discovery of large quantities of burnt and partially burnt currency notes. NDTV has accessed the judges' panel's findings, which claim that there is enough proof to call for Justice Verma's removal, given the amount of cash really that was recovered and how this cash could not have been found, could not have been there at his residence without either his knowledge or his family's knowledge. The fire broke out at 11:30 p.m. on March 14th, which was in fact Holi in Delhi at the official residence of Justice Verma while he was serving on the Delhi High Court. However, the news, remember, had emerged a week later. It was reported in the media, and after the hue and cry and the controversy over it, the Chief Justice at that time, Sanjeev Khanna, had ordered a 3-judge inquiry into the entire matter. That probe report was submitted to the Prime Minister as well as the President, and now details of that report have been revealed. This even as Justice Yashwant Verma has remained defiant, saying and questioned this entire probe process. Earlier we spoke to Nupur for more.
we have accessed the report on the inquiry that was set up by the Chief Justice of India against Justice Yashwant Verma, it is very clear that the committee, the panel, was convinced that he should be, in fact, a disqualification proceeding should be initiated. They have clearly recommended that there is enough evidence to recommend removal of Justice Yashwant Verma. They have, in fact, questioned the staff of Justice Yashwant Verma, the Delhi High Court judge, at whose residence the burnt cash, stashes of burnt cash were found. So now, in a very detailed report that we have access, we can see that even though the judge has denied that that he found any cash in his storeroom, the inquiry committee, after questioning the staff, found that there was incredible amount of burnt cash as well as the cash that was not burnt, that was saved from the fire, and many of the staff have also admitted to the panel seeing the burnt cash, the debris of the cash, while Justice Yashwant Verma has categorically denied any presence of such or recovery of such cash from his storeroom in his official residence. He has also when this panel's committee report was submitted to the Chief Justice of India, Sanjeev Khanna, the then Chief Justice, he had sought a reply from Justice Yashwant Verma. Justice Yashwant Verma, remember, had in fact criticized this report and had said that in fact he had, in his reply to Chief Justice, called it a unfair investigation, and he had raised questions on the investigation. He is